Chapter 4576. He had never thought that when his life force reached the limit, it would be so terrifying. At this moment, he wished he could feel the aura of death. Of course, he also knew that only with the nourishment of life force could the potential of the divine embryos be stimulated and surpass their limits. The third to be stimulated was the Vajra Bodhi. The limit of this talent was very strong. The power of divinity increased explosively at the beginning. It reached 30,000 strands of power of divinity. Lin Ling was also trembling with excitement. This Dao realm was worthy of its name. 100 strands of Dao realm fragments had caused his strength to soar. However, the process of Dao enlightenment was also very painful. Gradually, the skin on Lin Ling's body began to crack. Blood and flesh began to appear and drip down like candles. And he had not experienced the feeling of his body being injured in a long time. After a long time, the Vajra Bodhi reached its limit and the progress slowed. All the life force began to flow into another divine embryo. This was the Wind Dragon's talent. Kakaka. The Wind Dragon's divine power skyrocketed, but Lin Ling's flesh and blood were all burned to ashes. They fell to the bottom of the mountains and sprouted because their life force was too vigorous. Then, they all turned into children and started to grow crazily. This was because of the avatar of the true body, the nascent soul Great Tao body. Looking at the sky, there was only a white skeleton floating there. In the white skeleton's dantian, a blinding light bloomed like the sun, and a terrifying power was constantly spitting out. This white skeleton was naturally Lin Ling. Using the white skeleton to block the light of Dao enlightenment in the sky, Lin Ling's pressure was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. Luckily, I have the heavenly dragon bones. White Bone's skeleton spat out human words, and its teeth also made a rattling sound. Deep within the white skeleton, a dim Buddhist light flickered. At a closer look, the white skeleton looked like a human, but in fact, it was more like a dragon skeleton. There are 3 more talents. Next, Lin Ling sensed that the Wind Dragon's power of divinity was weakening. Clearly, it had reached its limit. But there were still 3 more. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The next was the Thunder Lock True Body. The wild power of divinity transformed into thunder that spread throughout the white bone. Unfortunately, it couldn't block the illumination of the light of enlightenment in the sky. The surging life force poured into Lin Ling's bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones. Kakaka. Some bone fragments fell off and smashed into the mountains. The bone fragments that were as big as leaves actually smashed a divine mountain into pieces. From this, it could be seen how much life force was suppressed by the bone. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Ling kept shouting. He didn't know how long he could hold on like this. However, the more he looked forward to time, the slower it seemed. A day felt like a year. This was Lin Ling's current experience. Quietly, Luai's true body retreated, and the flame of the human monarch appeared. Kakaka. However, more and more of Lin Ling's bones peeled off. His arms, thighs, and in the end, only his upper body was left. Kakaka. Not long after, his head also fell off. Upon closer inspection, only his chest was left. However, there seemed to be a small sun within his chest, and the light was even more dazzling. That was where his 7 dantians were located. As for Lin Ling, he entered a semi-conscious state. However, at the crucial moment, a bone-chilling cold aura spread out, causing the fiery life force to dim a little. Of course, it didn't last long, and it only had a slight effect. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This first cultivation technique sensed life force and was actually refining it. Kakaka. When the bones in his chest began to peel off, only a blazing sun was left in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, that blazing sun was still connected to bits of broken bones. Fortunately, he had finally reached the heavenly dragon's bones. This was also Lin Ling's current strongest divine embryo talent, reaching the 3rd grade. This talent could also stimulate his potential for a longer period of time. In the end, Lin Ling's consciousness was already blurred. Only his soul force was shouting, "Hold on, hold on." A powerful consciousness was supporting him. This consciousness was accumulated from the trials and tribulations that Lin Ling had experienced since he started learning martial arts. Today, this consciousness had reached a point where it could make one's hair stand on end. It was also because of this consciousness that it was supporting his soul force. This was because Lin Ling's enormous soul force had been injected with endless life force, and it began to feel a burning sensation. This burning sensation caused Lin Ling to feel as if he had entered a brand new world. It was as if he had his own great Dao, a martial Dao that he had created himself. In the haze, he saw an empty area. Several voices were talking about the great Dao, talking about the creation of heaven and earth. These voices seemed to belong to the most ancient God of creation. And among them, there was even the will of the world. Furthermore, when these voices noticed Lin Ling, they all said to Lin Ling, "Fellow Daoist, you're back." However, Lin Ling didn't know if these fantasies were just illusions or if he was dreaming of Hongmeng, but they left him confused. At a certain moment, when Lin Ling felt his mind go blank, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the sky, the light in the seahorse's mouth continued to weaken. The light of life also gradually disappeared. However, the seahorse calmly looked down at the large ball of light that was like the sun. With the strength of a lesser god, you actually lasted for 10 days. You're the first person in the Dao realm. The seahorse spoke in human language. This was because the light of enlightenment was used by many intermediate gods and even superior gods. However, for a lesser god, the only one who could last for 10 days was Lin Ling. Of course, this wasn't because the other ancient gods didn't want to try to last for 10 days. It was because they couldn't reach the limit of 10 days. This was because their divine embryos didn't have as much talent as Lin Ling. Dao Realm. I'll reward you with 10 Dao Realm fragments and record them in the Dao Pagoda. The seahorse gradually disappeared, and the entire void began to shake. Mountains collapsed, and thousands of trees were uprooted. The bone fragments and flesh on the ground seemed to flow in reverse as they shot towards the sun in the sky. Countless bones turned into a ball of bones. Sometimes they turned into dragon bones, sometimes they turned into human bones. When the flesh and blood returned, a human figure finally quietly condensed. At the same time, in the Dao realm, the ancient gods looked at the Dao Pagoda and discovered that there was an additional line of mysterious words. It seemed to say that a lesser god had comprehended the Dao for 10 days. A lesser god, amazing! The eyes of many ancient gods flickered. They guessed that if this lesser god reached the intermediate god level, his strength would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the sky falling and the earth cracking. The mountain world he was in before was constantly collapsing. In the end, only he was left standing in the void. After that, a mysterious force pulled him back into the primordial cloud. 10 Dao realm fragments. As he stared at the gigantic Heavenmen's stone, Lin Ling felt as if he was in a dream. Soon after, he also noticed that there were now 10 more Tao realm fragments that were originally empty. This seemed to be the reward for him from the Dao realm. Look at the divine power. Chapter 45-77. Crazy. Once one comprehended the Dao, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. As expected of the Dao realm. But Lin Ling was very clear that if this kind of enlightenment process were to take place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would be impossible to achieve it without 100,000 years. But now, his foundation as a low-level deity had become even stronger, and he was even closer to becoming a mid-level deity. There was a huge divide between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity. This divide also stopped countless deities. Even the reincarnations and inheritances of ancient deities could not return to their deity thrones and become mid-level deities in a short period of time. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling began to return to his deity thrones. He was still in the forest where Lei Gong's hall was stationed. The surroundings were quiet, and there were 2 deities standing quietly in the distance. They were the experts of Lei Gong's hall. It was obvious that they had seen Lin Ling in seclusion, so they were secretly guarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. "My lord, you have come out of seclusion." The 2 deities noticed Lin Ling standing up and walked over. How long have I been in seclusion? Lin Ling asked. My lord, you have not been in seclusion for long. Only a little more than a month. The two deities replied at the same time. A little more than a month? Lin Ling was shocked because he felt that only 10 days had passed. He did not expect that he had endured in the light of enlightenment for so long. Did anything happen during this period of time? Lin Ling asked again. The two deities wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, one of them said, there was no big trouble, but when Lady Yu and the others were fishing, they encountered a few rascals. What? Someone dared to touch you? Hearing that, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. They didn't dare to act recklessly, but they had their eyes on the place where Lady Yu and the others were fishing. They negotiated with Lady Yu and the others and offered 10 Dao realm shards in exchange for it. However, Lady Yu and the others rejected the offer, so they started to harass Yu and the others every day. That's right, Lord Sakura and the others are all angry. Originally, they wanted to teach them a lesson, but the other party didn't cause any trouble. They were just making a ruckus, which made it difficult for Lord Sakura and the others to make a move. The two of them fought to be the first to speak. How shameless! Lin Ling cursed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, where are Saint Yi and the others? He guessed that if treasure god Nan Wufeng Yu and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. On the third day of Lord's seclusion, they went to the miasma barrier and haven't come out yet. As for God Emperor Zhang Gang and Giant Ghost, they returned to the 9 continents void and said that they would be back in 3 months. The two replied. Lin Ling nodded. The miasma barrier was the only way out of the island, so the ancient gods on the island naturally placed their attention on the miasma barrier. White Water and Plain Lady were no exception. As for God Emperor Zhang Gang and the others, Lin Ling guessed that something happened in Lei Gong's Great Hall and they went back to help. However, in the current 9 continents void, the strongest gods had entered the Dao realm, so what happened in the 9 continents void was probably just a small matter. Let's go, bring me to Yu's side, Lin Ling said to the two. Now, Lei Gong's Great Hall was a little famous on the island, but the other party still dared to provoke Lei Gong's Great Hall. Their background was probably not simple. After a long time, a dense bamboo forest appeared in front of them. These bamboos were very ancient, and there were patterns of lightning and fire on the bamboo. If placed in the 9 continents void, these bamboos would be rare treasures. And in the bamboo forest, there were clear springs everywhere. The water was hazy, and colorful lights filled the air. It was very mysterious. When the lights reflected, Lin Ling felt as if he was looking through the clear springs and seeing the primal chaos realm. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. And what surprised Lin Ling the most was that all the lights reflected by the clear springs formed a colorful mist in the air. When one walked in it, it was as if they had entered the path of Dao. Dao enlightenment. Lin Ling was shocked. No wonder so many ancient gods were fishing here. It turned out that not only could they cultivate their temperament, they could also comprehend the Dao. If one stayed here for a long time, their divine energy would definitely increase. Of course, the effects of these lights were ultimately not as good as the Dao Enlightenment Seahorse. A cycle of clear springs, a cycle of time. Not far away, an old man was surrounded by divine light. It was obvious that he had broken through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he ignored him and walked forward in the bamboo forest. Amitabha, good. My Buddha is merciful. The sun and moon are unparalleled. Benefactor, why are you so stubborn? At this time, an ancient voice came from the front. Not far away, beside a clear spring, 2 men in monk robes sat there. Through the clear spring in front of them, it was as if they could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. These 2 men were not old, but their auras were extraordinary. It was as if they were the reincarnations of Buddha. And their voices were not soft. The Buddha's voice clearly affected the people around them. However, the ancient gods around them seemed to be worried, so they only cursed and did not dare to provoke them. Looking at the clear spring not far away, there was another clear spring, but this one was clearly different. The mist was like water vapor, and in the clear spring, one could vaguely see that there were fish swimming freely in the clear spring. These fish were extraordinary. It was as if they were not swimming in water, but in the long river of time. Obviously, this clear spring was more ancient and vast than the other clear springs. Because of this, many people wanted to comprehend Tao by this clear spring, so that their path of martial arts would be firmer. Unfortunately, to encounter such a clear spring, it depended on luck. It could only be encountered by chance. And now, beside this clear spring were Yu and the other two women. They sat quietly by the spring, each with their own beauty. They were playing with the fish in the spring, forming a beautiful scene. The ancient gods knew that these three women were the group of newcomers. So, even if they were jealous, they did not dare to provoke them. Only the two monks were not satisfied. So, not far away, they kept harassing Yu and the other two women. Lin Ling watched quietly from afar. In an instant he knew what was going on. His face turned uglier. The two monks kept talking about Buddha, but he did not see the benevolence of the Buddha god. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yu looked around and saw Lin Ling not far away. She smiled happily. Lin Ling also walked over. Of course, during this process, the two monks also narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. They had naturally heard a little about this newcomer, Lin Ling. It was said that this newcomer was one of the best among the son of a low-level deity, and he had the support of a powerful mid-level deity. Are we leaving? One of the monks wanted to back out. Originally, they did not want to provoke Yu and the others, but they were too jealous of the clear spring. Later, when they saw that there were no experts to support them while harassing Yu and the others, they gradually became bolder. Moreover, they had a good relationship with a low-level deity. That person was very powerful. On the island, many people did not dare to provoke him. This made them even bolder. Chapter 45-78. That's true. Hearing that, the first monk nodded. Lin Ling. And Yue and the others stood up to welcome Lin Ling. The Xianyuange stared at the two shameless monks and was about to tell them what had happened. I know. However, Lin Ling smiled at the Xianyuange. Although the two monks didn't attack Yu and the rest, they were still making a racket not far away. They were clearly looking for trouble. Brother Ling, they are related to Buddhism after all. So just give them a word of advice. Don't make things too awkward. Yu knew Lin Ling's temper, so she could not bear it and tried to persuade him. Of course, the most important thing was that in the past half a month, she had seen many powerful ancient gods on the island. Their strength was not much weaker than Lin Ling's. However, they were not 100% confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, so they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Don't worry, I've always been a reasonable person. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the two monks step by step. This caused many of the ancient gods in the bamboo forest who were comprehending the Tao to look over, and their eyes trembled. The newcomer had finally appeared. Moreover, he seemed to be looking for trouble with Miao Tan and Fan Xiang. Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are the reincarnations of the Buddha child. They were the 18 Sangaras under the Buddha god. This newcomer dares to not give face to the Buddha god? Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are lantern essences from the Chaos realm. They have a strong background and are very close to the 6 stars Lord of the Southern Dipper. Du Xing provoking them is the same as provoking Du Xing. However, even though I don't like that newcomer, I dislike those two bald donkeys even more. Back then, their origins were indeed not small. However, they have reincarnated and recultivated. Their current strength is not much stronger. What are they being so arrogant for? The sound of whispers quietly rang out in the bamboo forest. Among the ancient gods in the Tao realm, some of them were extremely powerful back in the day and dominated the era, but after reincarnating, they were very weak. Some of them were ordinary back in the day, but after reincarnating, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, in the Tao realm, strength was the most important factor. His strength in the past could only mean that he was not strong in the past or in the future. When Lin Ling came to the side of the clear spring of the two monks, he just stood there quietly, causing the two monks to frown and immediately feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Is there anything I can help you with? Sir, just because you're fishing doesn't mean that others can't speak. So, I don't think we've offended you. The faces of the two turned cold, as if they were very reasonable. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. One of the monks narrowed his eyes and said, Amitba, Do Adversity Star Lord has been looking for you. He has an opportunity with you. You should go to the fog barrier and wait for Do Adversity Star Lord to come out. He seemed to be reminding, but in fact, he was also threatening Lin Ling. What he meant was that among the lower gods on the island, Do Adversity Star Lord was the most powerful. If he offended them, Do Adversity Star Lord would definitely find trouble with him. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. This also caused the two monks to suddenly feel immense pressure. Ignore him. Buddha says that if a mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? The two monks no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Suddenly, the clear spring in front of them was filled with dense light, and they could vaguely see a Dao fish slowly taking the bait. This also caused them to be shocked. They had finally caught a Dao fish. Being able to catch a Dao fish was not only an affirmation of their martial heart, but if they could bring the fish up, it could also increase their divine power and could be used to exchange for Dao realm fragments. However, just as they were about to reel in the fish, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Pa pa pa! The fishing rods in the hands of the two monks, which were condensed from divine essence, were so frightened that they shattered. And the Dao fish that they had caught with great difficulty was also frightened away. Your Excellency! The two monks immediately flew into a rage and turned to look at Lin Ling behind them. Your Excellency, when fishing a Dao fish, it doesn't mean that others can't speak. Lin Ling also looked at them and smiled faintly. Damn it! The two monks were stunned, and veins instantly appeared on their foreheads. This person was doing it on purpose. He was also returning an eye for an eye. Your so-called mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? In my opinion, that's just a fart. It's just a scare, but you were actually scared to the point that your divine essence collapsed. Your Buddha's heart should be strengthened. Lin Ling said again. Your Excellency, don't court death. One of the monks seemed to be unable to hold back. However, the other monk advised, Miao Tan, ignore him. He's probably angering us. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Thinking of Lin Ling's strength, they still didn't dare to attack and continued to fish calmly. However, Lin Ling was still standing behind them, making them feel as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. When the experts in the distance saw this, they all laughed. These two of the 18 Sangarans did not learn anything from befriending Calamity traversing Star-Lord. Instead, they learned how to be despicable and shameless. The most ironic thing was that after these two monks cheated others, they even righteously said that this was karma. But now, the wicked would naturally be dealt with by the wicked. The wind rises, the clouds rise, and the might of the sea returns home. Brave warriors guard the four directions. And when the two monks ignored Lin Ling, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from behind them. It shocked the two monks so much that their arms trembled. The fishing rod formed by divine essence collapsed once again. They were so angry that their faces were trembling. They knew that this newcomer was doing it on purpose. Endure, they had to endure. The two of them suddenly gritted their teeth and used their divine powers to block everything from the outside world. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the white hair of the bright mirror, like black hair that turns to snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest, making the golden goblet empty to the moon. I'm born to be useful, and gold will come back after being scattered. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups in one go. However, Lin Ling used his powerful divine power as if it was a large hand, constantly pouring his voice into the ears of the two monks. You want to calm your heart? Calm your ass. Boom. The two monks nearly vomited blood as if they had gone berserk. And this time, they could not hold it in any longer. They stood up and turned to glare at Lin Ling angrily. What? You can't even recite a poem? However, Lin Ling had a look of indifference on his face. The two monks were so angry that they were stunned and speechless. And the gods who were quietly observing from afar could not help but laugh at this moment. Now, this was the real cause and effect. How could one not wet their shoes if they stood by the riverside? You are forcing us to take action and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The two monks knew that this newcomer wanted to waste time with them from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, if they did not chase this newcomer away, they would not be able to comprehend the Tao. Yes, so what? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. He was not afraid at all. Your Excellency, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. One of the monks could not hold it in any longer. He released his divine essence, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Niao to know. Chapter 45-79. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. The other party did not attack Yu and the others, but chose to harass them. Therefore, Lin Ling gave them face and did not attack at the beginning. Now, they actually dared to attack first? Then, there was no need to reason. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the sun and moon. His power was magnificent. The Buddhist monk's righteous power was shattered by the punch. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch landed on his cheek, causing him to vomit 3 liters of blood. His teeth were also in the blood. Cultivate Buddha my ass. You can't win the argument and you attack. You're forcing my hand. Lin Ling said regretfully after severely injuring the Buddhist monk with 1 punch. It was as though he had no choice but to attack. However, since Lin Ling had decided to attack, he would go all the way. Next, he attacked the other Buddhist monk. What ancient great god! You're just a fart in my eyes. The Buddhist monk was not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling's foundation and heritage were terrifying. Even among the lower gods, he was unique. He had reached a level that made people's hair stand on end. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the bowl that the Buddhist monk threw out. Then he punched the latter's bald head. I don't care if you're reincarnated Buddhas or gods. You're so shameless. Even a dog is better than you. After attacking, Lin Ling showed no mercy. He punched and kicked, causing the entire bamboo forest to shake. In the eyes of the ancient great gods, he was like an ancient giant beast. His punches and kicks were filled with boundless Tao. In the end, the 2 Buddhas were beaten black and blue. And this was because Lin Ling was giving face to Yu. Otherwise, he would have sent them back to their homes. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling threw the 2 bald donkeys into the clear spring. He said coldly, if I see you climb out of the spring before I leave, I'll send you back to the chaos realm. Inside the clear spring, the 2 monks didn't dare to speak. Even though they were the saviors of the world, they were like drowning dogs at this moment. Moreover, not only did they not dare to speak, they didn't even dare to climb out of the clear spring. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them and waste a chance at life. Brother Ling, he's the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Yu watched as Lin Ling violently attacked. When Lin Ling came back, Yu couldn't help but complain. I really don't need to give any face to these bald donkeys. There are millions of Buddhas, but it doesn't mean that anyone can become a Buddha. A true Buddha wouldn't do such despicable things. Lin Ling said with a smile. He sat down beside Yu and the others and condensed a fishing rod with his divine essence. He also caught a fish. Of course, his gaze swept over the 2 Buddhist monks from time to time. They were so scared that they wanted to run away several times, but in the end, they did not dare to come out. His wretched appearance caused the experts in the distance to laugh out loud once more. Dao fish, Dao pond. Of course, Lin Ling also looked at the misty clear spring from time to time. He had a vague feeling that this clear spring was formed from the great Tao comprehended by that ancient giant god who fused with the Tao realm. He estimated that there were many such springs in the entire Tao realm. The hazy clear spring was like the moon in the water. Lin Ling quietly watched and gradually became immersed in it. He felt as if he was running in the beautiful river of time. Everything around him was like a white horse galloping through a crack. The great battle of gods created heaven and earth. Time quietly passed just like that. Brother Ling. Only when a soft voice came over did Lin Ling return to normal. His eyes flashed as he looked to the side. He saw Yu and Immortal looking at him with a smile, and they had already caught many Dao fish in their hands. Lin Ling, what happened to you just now? I saw you staring at the Dao pond in a daze. Could it be that you had some enlightenment? And Immortal asked curiously. It's nothing. I just encountered some strange phenomenon. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked back at the Dao pond again, but he found that he couldn't find the same feeling as before. I'm guessing that Brother Ling encountered his own fortuitous encounter in the Dao pond. Yu Yu also smiled at the side. Because Brother Ling has been looking at it for 3 days already. 3 days? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then checked his body and was shocked to find that his step of wisdom's power had increased greatly without him noticing, reaching the immemorial grade. And last time, when Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, his step of wisdom had reached the peak of the grand beginner grade. Now, it had finally reached a new level. But what shocked Lin Ling was that although the step of wisdom had increased, his soul power didn't increase much this time. Lin Ling, let's go back. Yu Yu said to Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Dao pond again. He felt that he should try it again when he had time, hoping that he could find the same feeling as before. Then he left the bamboo forest with Yu Yu and the others. The 2 Buddhist monks had already run away. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. Let's go to the miasma to have a look. Bai Shui, Su Nu, Xingyi, and the others have all gone in. I wonder if they've come out now. After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others in the direction of the miasma. And that direction was where Lin Ling and the others had first come. It was also the place where most of the ancient great gods had gathered on the island. Look, that newcomer is here. A few of his friends have entered the miasma. Could it be that he's going to the miasma as well? Before he went in, Du Dao Star Lord was waiting for him. When the ancient great gods saw Lin Ling, they all started to talk about him. Now, Lin Ling was quite famous on the island. Although his strength was not comparable to an intermediate celestial, he was one of the top lower celestials. Moreover, Lin Ling had the support of a powerful intermediate celestial, so ordinary intermediate celestials didn't dare to provoke him. Lin Ling heard the discussion around him, but he didn't pay attention to it. He looked into the distance. There, the light of treasures soared into the sky, forming a large area of clouds and mist. And in that area, there was a path out of the island. Looking at the edge of the clouds and mist, the rolling river water hid a large number of ancient great crocodiles. It seems that Bai Shui, Su Nu, and the others still haven't come out. Lin Ling guessed. I heard that Du Dao Star Lord has reached the 7th level. He's 2 levels away from leaving the island completely. TSK, he's the first person in 1,000 years. The 7th level, this means that Du Dao Star Lord's strength has reached a terrifying level. He's really invincible among lower celestials. It's impossible to be invincible. I heard that in other places, there are lower celestials who have walked out of the 9th level of the miasma. But Du Dao Star Lord is one of the best among lower celestials. He deserves his reputation. Chapter 4580. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the front, causing the entire sky to fall silent. Then, a thin and weak man in a loose robe walked over with a smile on his face. I've finally passed the 7th level. If not for the lack of divine essence, I might have been able to pass the 8th level. The man's smile was very amiable. If one did not know him, they would have a good impression of him at first glance. However, those who knew him knew that he was despicable and shameless. He did not show any mercy. This was because he was calamity-traversing Star Lord. He walked over with a smile and swept his gaze. Many ancient great gods subconsciously avoided his gaze. Clearly, many people had suffered greatly at his hands over the years on the island. However, he was very strong and had some backing. As a result, some middle-level gods who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him. There's a new face. You must be a newcomer. I'm calamity-traversing Star Lord. Greetings, ancient great gods. Suddenly, calamity-traversing Star Lord's gaze landed on a few people. They were none other than Lin Ling. As Lin Ling and company were newcomers, calamity-traversing Star Lord did not recognize them. Are we familiar with you? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His words stunned calamity-traversing Star Lord. He was surprised that the newcomer did not give him any face. Calamity traversing Star Lord, this youth is the person you challenged in the fog. At this moment, the surrounding ancient great god spoke. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the two monks were already hiding in the crowd. Furthermore, they had malicious looks on their faces. This was because Calamity traversing Star Lord was like a calamity. As long as one was targeted by him, any ancient great god would be unlucky. 3 days ago, the newcomer had bullied them so badly. Now, they could personally witness the calamity that befell the newcomer. You are the newcomer who defeated 10 people in a row? It's an honor to meet you. Calamity traversing Star Lord reacted. He had seen Lin Ling and the other newcomers, but he did not expect them to be the people who had caused the island to be in an uproar. I already said that I'm familiar with you. Lin Ling looked at Star Lord Do Adversity indifferently. He did not act courteously just because of Star Lord Do Adversity's politeness. This was because even though Do Adversity Star Sovereign was all smiles, Lin Ling could see a sinister glint in his eyes. This glint was hidden very well, but Lin Ling was very knowledgeable. He knew that this kind of person prioritized benefits. On the surface, they were polite to you, but they could stab you in the back at any time. In addition, Star Lord Du Xing's reputation was very bad. This explained everything even more. We're both ancient great gods and cannon fodder under the world will. We're not familiar with each other, but we're also familiar with each other. Calamity traversing Star Sovereign smiled and didn't mind Lin Ling's rudeness. He continued, "Oh right, I said that I wanted to spar with you not long ago. It's rare for us to meet, so why don't we do it now? Don't worry, we're both ancient gods of the same era. I won't be too harsh on you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Miao Tan and the other monk and said, "Miao Tan, take out your Dao realm fragments. Take as many as you have." The two monks hurriedly nodded and took out a lot of Dao realm fragments. Star Lord Du Xing took them. "I have about 500 Dao realm fragments here. How about this? If you win, they're all yours. If you lose, I don't want so many Dao realm fragments. I only want 300. What do you think?" Although Star Lord Du Xing seemed to be taking care of Lin Ling, in fact, he was forcing Lin Ling into a corner. Everyone can bear witness to this matter. I believe that the Dao realm will preside over this battle fairly. Before Lin Ling could speak, Star Lord Du Xing spoke again. Throughout the entire process, he didn't ask for Lin Ling's opinion at all. In addition, he had a smile on his face. If it was a real newcomer, it would be difficult for them to refuse in consideration of their reputation. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling really didn't give him any face. Of course, if the other party wanted to give him Dao realm fragments, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Lin Ling remained silent. However, in the eyes of the ancient great gods, Lin Ling was being forced into a corner and there was no possibility of him refusing. This newcomer is also very strong. However, compared to Star Lord Du Xing, he's still weaker. Most importantly, he actually agreed. This means that he has to hand over the 200 Dao realm fragments that he won previously. He might even have to pay 100 of them. There's a good show to watch. Many ancient great gods laughed mockingly. They had witnessed Lin Ling's battle and Star Lord Du Xing's battle. In all fairness, they felt that Star Lord Du Xing's strength was stronger. "All right, since this senior has agreed, let's fight. Don't worry, this is just a spar. I won't fight to the death. Moreover, both you and I will benefit greatly from the battle between the two ancient great gods." Star Lord Du Xing said politely. However, his words were pleasant to the ears. Even if he won, he wouldn't kill Lin Ling. If it was someone else, this would also allow the other party to let go of the shackles in their heart and not have too many misgivings. Of course, only the scheming ancient great gods knew that these words actually had the taste of bewitching the enemy. This was because in a battle between two people, if they didn't have the mentality of killing their opponent, then the one with a relaxed mentality would be the easiest to lose. After all, if they felt that they wouldn't die, then they wouldn't use 120% of their strength when they attacked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood the effect of Star Lord Du Xing's words. Star Lord Du Xing was indeed a powerful ancient great god. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to use psychological tactics. The most terrifying thing was that even if it affected the opponent would know and would still be grateful to Star Lord Du Xing. Alright, let's focus on the spar. I also want to see how much my strength has increased. Without any nonsense, rolling divine energy appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. In just a few months, his strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to find a testing stone to test his strength. Senior, you have to be careful. Star Lord Du Xing laughed and politely called him senior, giving Lin Ling enough face. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. He erupted with terrifying divine energy, and a sword appeared in his hand. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered, and the heavenly abyss split open, and the long river of time appeared. In an instant he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Ling, and a fierce sword slashed down like the river of time. This sword didn't look fast, but it was very powerful. It locked onto Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, Lin Ling also felt a total of 250,000 rays of divine energy suppressing him. 200,000 rays of divine energy in one attack, even stronger than the Maoshan immortal ancestor and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Star Lord Du Xing could make the great gods fear him. Besides his despicable and shameless character, there was also his strength. Chapter 4581. After Lin Ling became a lower deity, he had fought countless lower deities. However, this Du Star Sovereign was the strongest one he had met. He was definitely stronger than Lord Ning and the rest. Bang! Lin Ling's arm trembled as he activated all his strength. Kakaka! However, the sword in the sky continued to press down like a river of time. Lin Ling found it difficult to lift his sword. Hi, newcomer, you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose. Du Star Sovereign sneered. Suddenly, his divine power increased to 300,000. The setting sun was like blood as a demonic red light illuminated the entire sky. The arrival of this terrifying divine power increased the pressure on Lin Ling. He shouted angrily, "First stage." After the first stage of talent fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. The suppressed sword also slowly rose and slashed towards the sky. I've used my true strength, but it's still not enough. Du Star Sovereign was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Moon stairs." The strength of the sword in his hand increased explosively again, the divine force breaking through large characters, crazily surging to 300,000 lines, powerfully suppressing downwards. Rumble! The entire island swayed slightly at this moment. Countless ancient gods' faces changed slightly. Newcomer, you won't lose just like this, right? After the sword pressed down, Du Star Sovereign laughed sinisterly as if he had obtained 300 Dao realm fragments. It's still early. Lin Ling sensed that Du Star Sovereign's talent had reached the 4th grade. He had hidden it well. No wonder he could dominate among the lower deities. Second stage. Lin Ling's strength increased again. Especially his physical strength, it increased even more. He slashed across the sky and reversed the situation. Rumble! The sky was blood red. Time seemed to have been sliced apart by the sword. What a powerful physical strength. Is that the killing steps? It is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. Du Star Sovereign laughed and increased his divine power to 350,000. He pressed down with a terrifying force. Scram! Looking at the invisible slash of time, Lin Ling knew that although this slash seemed invisible, it was actually very powerful. However, Lin Ling did not stop here. Facing the 350,000 strands of divinity, he activated his 3rd phase talent and used the purest physical strength to resist. Boom! The ferocious power of the corporeal body caused the ground to crack open as it brought Lin Ling into the sky. It broke through the endless shackles and finally clashed with the sword of Du Adversity's Star Sovereign. Boom! Boom! The collision of the two swords, a terrifying shockwave of divine essence power exploded out unstoppably. The two silhouettes were like ancient beasts as they stared at each other in the air. The first wave of confrontation had also ended. Newcomer, your strength is not bad. Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign revealed a smile. He seemed friendly, but his eyes were cold. Your strength is not bad. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. However, the 300 Dao realm pieces are mine in the end. Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign said again. When he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the beginning he said that this was a spar and that even if he won, he would not kill Lin Ling. He said this to make Lin Ling careless, but who knew that Lin Ling would not be fooled at all? Now, he also had the intention to kill. It is too early to decide now. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. Suddenly, countless silhouettes of Lin Ling appeared on the ground and in the sky. They punched out with terrifying strength and hit Lin Ling's sword. Ding, ding. Ear-piercing sounds rang out at the same time. These were the clones of the real body. Fellow cultivator, let me help you. These clones had the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Their physical strength was also incomparably strong. After they attacked, they instantly suppressed Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign. This caused Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's expression to change drastically. His arms were also trembling from the powerful physical strength. Such a change caused the eyes of the ancient great deities below to narrow. They did not expect this newcomer to have such a trump card. During the previous 10 consecutive battles, he did not explode with such a trump card. One should know that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. After the third stage of the talent fusion, his physical strength had reached the strength of 10 million worlds. With such terrifying strength, it would not be difficult for him to destroy any lower deity. In addition to the 3,000 clones, it was no wonder that Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign, who had a fourth-stage middle deity divine embryo, could not withstand it. Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's arms trembled even more violently. The sound of his bones reaching their limits could be heard continuously. However, suddenly he shouted angrily, "Primordial true step, step of the steps." With this voice, a strange energy suddenly erupted. It was extremely primitive. The energy that landed on Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's sword suddenly had the power of the great Tao. Crack, crack, crack. The sword that had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point of trembling suddenly had its aura greatly increased. It actually rebounded with a powerful physical strength. This strength had reached the strength of 8 million worlds. Although it was not as strong as Lin Ling's, one should know that the sword was suppressed with the power of 350,000 strands of divinity. With the two types of strength superimposed, Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's sword instantly began to suppress it. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash fiercely. The steps of the gods, and it was also a ceiling-type technique? However, Lin Ling immediately discovered that his physical strength was still present. It was just that for some unknown reason, Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's physical strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's steps of the gods have the power to replicate my strength? Or is it related to his talent? Right, since the start of the battle, he has not unleashed the power of his talent. It is likely that the steps of the gods are related to his talent. It is the steps of the gods born from his talent. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind in an instant. However, at this moment, Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign slashed horizontally, slicing through the void and forcing Lin Ling to fly backward. At the same time, all of his clones were killed with a single slash. Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign's strength had now doubled by borrowing Lin Ling's strength. No lower god could withstand a single strike from him, unless it was Lin Ling. What terrifying strength! The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. Powerful talent, power of divinity that surpassed those of the same realm, and now, that terrifying physical strength. Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign was indeed an expert that could reach the 8th level of the fog barrier. Hee, newcomer, you forced me to do this. Now that I have your physical strength, let's see how you will fight me. Standing in the sky, Calamity-traversing Star Sovereign laughed loudly. His laughter caused the entire island to shake again. On the island, other than the middle gods, all the lower gods were breathing heavily. They looked at Calamity traversing Star Sovereign as though they were looking at the strongest lower god emperor. What powerful strength! Brother Ling has always been a top lower god expert. However, Calamity traversing Star Sovereign is not any weaker than Brother Ling. Chapter 4582. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in midair. If one looked carefully, one would notice that a corner of his robe had been cut off. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then Star Monarch Calamity's attack would have injured him as well. He stared at the Star Lord, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Cross-adversity Star Sovereign, your god steps seem powerful, but in reality, the steps can only replicate physical strength, right? Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the Star Lord's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. And this god's steps can't replicate 100% of one's strength. It's only 80% now. Lin Ling continued, this means that if you meet other lesser gods, as long as their physical strength is not strong, your god's steps will be very ordinary. Ah, newcomer, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to see through my god's steps in such a short time. At this time, the Star Lord finally spoke. There are many types of god's steps in the sealing system. My god's steps are at the Dominator level and can only seal physical strength. However, do you think the sealing system's god steps are easy to see? Let me tell you, among all the god steps, only the sealing system is the most terrifying. Among them, the soul system is the most terrifying. For example, your steps of killing may seem ferocious, but as long as one's divine strength surpasses yours by several times, they can still easily suppress it. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Now you're going to lose. Your physical strength is equal to mine. Although you have 7 great talents, I have a 4th grade divine fetus. Most importantly, your divine strength is inferior to mine. Without wasting any more words, the Star Lord raised his sword and shot at Lin Ling. Heaven abyss opened again. Blood light filled the sky. There was blood light rising as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. With the addition of physical strength, the sword was clearly more terrifying than before. A ray of red light shot at Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast, causing many ancient gods to hold their breaths. They knew that this battle was about to end. The newcomer was about to be eliminated, and the result was death. Dao realm cultivators had 3 chances to die, each of which was extremely precious. If all 3 chances were used up, then they would truly die and enter the underworld's cycle of reincarnation. At that time, whether or not they could reincarnate again would be a problem. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to die and waste a chance to live. Of course, if one was close to death and wanted to enter the Dao realm after being taken away by a Dao realm cultivator, they would appear in the same place again. This meant that if they wanted to kill their opponent, they only needed to wait. As long as they did not leave, their opponent would have no hope of entering Dao initiation realm. Of course, this kind of situation would only happen when one's father was killed. Under normal circumstances, no one would waste time waiting for the opponent to come back. Moreover, his opponent had died twice in a row. The 3rd time he returned, he would definitely be careful. If he did not return, the people in the Dao realm would not be able to do anything. This newcomer is dead for sure this time. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord seems easy to talk to, but in reality, he is merciless. Even if the newcomer has no enmity with the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord still wants to kill him, not to mention that the Cross-Calamity Star Lord almost lost. Looking at the sky, many people secretly said. They knew that the newcomer would have to use up one of his 3 chances to live. However, Lin Ling was still standing in the sky, his gray robe fluttering in the wind. Although it looked dazzling, no one believed that Lin Ling could fight against the Cross-Calamity Star Lord. The reason he did not act was probably because he was unwilling to waste the chance to save his life in the Dao realm. He was also unwilling to lose the Dao realm fragment, so he was hesitating. Die. Of course, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord did not care about that and slashed with his sword. Clang. At this moment, Lin Ling finally attacked with a seemingly ordinary slash. Boom. However, this slash blocked the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's attack. After a ferocious force hit the cross-calamity Star Lord, the bloody light in the sky cracked. How is this possible? The cross-calamity Star Lord let out an angry roar as the sword in his hand slashed out crazily. However, he could not make Lin Ling move an inch. His gray robe fluttered in the sky. Lin Ling held his sword with one hand like an immovable wisdom king. Who said that I don't have the power of divinity? Lin Ling said in a low voice. He had come to this battle for the sake of experimenting. Therefore, he had initially wanted to see the limits of his physical strength and what kind of strength he could resist. Then, he would test out the power of God. Now, it was time for him to experiment with the power of divinity. Kakaka. Lin Ling's power of divinity began to soar and gradually reached 250,000. And this was the basic power of divinity. But now, he had a third-stage talent fusion and was the gray-robed Lin Ling. Therefore, his power of divinity crazily reached 330,000. It was only 20,000 less than the cross-calamity Star Lord, but Lin Ling's physical strength was stronger than the cross-calamity Star Lord's. Kakaka. The cross-calamity Star Lord's sword began to bend and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Looking from the ground, the scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling's sword suppressed the cross-calamity Star Lord into a disadvantage and was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said coldly, "Your God's steps shouldn't be able to replicate my power of divinity. How can your power of divinity be so strong?" The cross-calamity Star Lord's long hair danced wildly and his expression was abnormally ugly. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. Bastard! The cross-calamity Star Lord cursed, clearly unwilling to accept this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. My powerful domain has exceeded your imagination. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were true because he was mainly experimenting in this battle and did not use any other methods. Otherwise, Lin Ling was confident that he could instantly defeat the cross-calamity Star Lord with just his speed. All right, you win. I promise to give you 500 Dao realm fragments. The cross-calamity Star Lord kept pondering and finally said with gritted teeth. 500 Dao realm fragments was a huge sum of money. One might not have the chance to obtain it even in 100,000 years. It was the bargaining chip and capital to become stronger. Even a mid-level deity would feel heartache if they were asked to hand over 100 Dao realm fragments, let alone 500 Dao realm fragments. Even the cross-calamity Star Lord was defeated. This newcomer will probably be able to rush to the last level of the fog barrier. TSKSK, could he be thinking of becoming the strongest newcomer in the history of this island? I don't understand where this newcomer cultivated in the past and why he has such a strong foundation. If he reaches the mid-level deity realm, it's hard to imagine how strong he will be. On the ground, everyone was talking in a lively manner and had a deeper understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, no one was sure that the current strength was Lin Ling's full strength. Admit defeat? Chapter 4583. Of course, it was only to intimidate. When Lin Ling gradually recovered, he looked around and saw a man holding a sword standing behind Yu and Anyue. It was the Star Lord of Due Adversity. Despicable newcomer, you tricked me into a duel with you. You want my 500 Dao state fragments? Dream on. I haven't lost yet. The Star Lord of Due Adversity shouted hysterically. As the most despicable and shameless lower deity on the island, how could he submit so easily? For the sake of the Dao realm fragment, he was willing to do anything. Star Lord of Due Adversity. Seeing the Star Lord of Due Adversity's actions, the other deities exclaimed. This Star Lord of Due Adversity was indeed ruthless. He actually used hostages to threaten. Kill yourself and admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll kill them. The Star Lord of Due Adversity looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, You sacrificed one life each, but all three of them survived. You've taken advantage of me. Hurry up and kill yourself. As long as Lin Ling committed suicide, it would mean that he had won the duel with Lin Ling. At that time, he would be able to obtain 300 Dao state fragments. His words were like a reward to Lin Ling. 1 life in exchange for 3 lives. However, given his character, as long as Lin Ling dared to commit suicide, he might kill Yu and the other two in the blink of an eye. Yu and the other two weren't as strong as the Star Lord of Do Adversity. Naturally, they couldn't resist at all. At that moment, Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. His face was as cold as ice, and his aura was even more imposing. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't listen to him, the Star Lord of Do Adversity was furious. Kill me. Kill me if you dare. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, I can guarantee that there won't be a place for you to stay on this island. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also do nothing for the rest of my life except to guard this island. As long as you appear once, I'll kill you 3 times and you won't have the chance to reincarnate. Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a taboo wind that carried a strand of heartlessness that caused one's heart to tremble. When it entered the ears of Star Monarch Du Xing, it actually caused him to panic slightly. He had plotted against countless people in his life and killed countless ancient gods. However, he was still alive and well because he had a ruthless spirit. However, after meeting Lin Ling, this ruthless spirit suddenly became a little diffident. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the ancient gods in the distance felt their hearts tremble. In his next life, he would do nothing but kill Star Lord Du Xing. Every time he saw him, he would kill him. This meant that Calamity Traverser Star Lord could no longer enter the Dao realm. He would die if he entered. Although Lin Ling had paid a great price by giving up the chance to leave the island and defending this place to the death, Lin Ling dared to do so and risk his life. This was the price of angering Lin Ling. Just like that, everyone watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Calamity Star Lord didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't a greenhorn in the end. He knew that by threatening Yu and the others, he had already formed a grudge with this newcomer. Stop right there and kill yourself immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately kill someone. After calming down, Calamity Star Lord shouted sinisterly. Either way, he would die. If he didn't do anything, not only would he lose 500 Dao realm fragments, but he would also be completely killed. Moreover, if he let Yu and the others go, Lin Ling might not let him go. He would still lose 500 Dao realm fragments. This time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. However, he wasn't far from the Cross-Adversity Star Lord. Earlier, you said that my killing steps can't compare to your sealing steps. How do you know that I only have the killing steps? Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you mean? Calamity Star Lord frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was talking about. Compared to the god steps of the sealing path, your steps of steps are simply inferior. Lin Ling said again. These words made Calamity Star Lord panic. Could Lin Ling also have the god steps of the sealing path? Kill yourself now. Calamity Star Lord knew that he couldn't let Lin Ling live anymore. The longer he lived, the greater the pressure on him. Then, he planned to kill someone to make Lin Ling fear him. This was to make an example out of him. Die. He slashed his sword at Yu. Cardinal Grand Brahma punishment technique. However, at that moment, a furious roar resounded. Then, an extremely terrifying and mysterious power enveloped Calamity Star Lord's body. Not only did it seal his talent, but it also sealed most of his divine power. Right now, Lin Ling's step of wisdom had reached the immemorial level. The 6 realms of the steps of the gods were elementary, Dao Sense, Dominator, Grand Elementary, Ancient, and Grand Beginning, Eternal. Even in the era of the gods, there weren't many that had god stairs at the ancient level. Star Sovereign Du Dao's sword suddenly slowed down. Of course, he was still a powerful lower god, so he still slashed at Yu. Bang. But at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed the sword. Then, Lin Ling was already standing in front of the Star Lord. The Stair of Wisdom had sealed Do Adversity Star Sovereign Strength. With Do Adversity Star Sovereign Strength, his sword would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Calamity Traversing Star Lord looked at Lin Ling, who was right in front of him, and his legs went soft. Why was it like this? He was clearly about to kill this woman, so why did more than half of his strength suddenly disappear? Divine steps of the sealing system. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Ling and muttered, "Soul's system? You can die now." Lin Ling did not answer. His other hand slashed out fiercely with the intention of killing this ancient god. However, when his sword was about to approach Calamity Traversing Star Lord, a ferocious force erupted from the latter's body and forced Lin Ling to retreat. This force was five-colored and very ancient. This was the power of the Dao realm. Obviously, the Dao realm had saved Calamity Traversing Star Lord when he was about to die and took him away. The five-colored light enveloped Calamity Traversing Star Lord and took him up into the sky. It passed through the primordial energy and disappeared into the distance. "I won't let you go." Although Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not die, his face was ferocious. This was because he had wasted his Dao realm energy for nothing. He only had 2 lives left. After all, the Dao realm outside the island was vast and boundless, with countless taboos. 3 lives might not even be enough, let alone 2. This meant that even if he could leave the island, he wouldn't be able to go very far outside of the island. Therefore, how could he not hate? "I'll wait for your return." Lin Ling looked at the sky coldly and softly uttered a sentence. If he saw Calamity Traversing Star Lord again, he would kill him every time he saw him. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that there were 500 more Dao realm fragments in his Dao regression celestial seat. He had won this battle completely. Moreover, he had a high chance of leaving the miasma and heading to an even more ancient world. Chapter 4584. Brother Ling. Looking at Lin Ling walking over, Yu and the rest rushed over, their faces full of guilt. If not for them, Lin Ling would not have been threatened like this. "It's fine." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His eyes suddenly looked at the ancient gods and coldly said, "Today's matter will not be repeated. If anyone dares to bully my woman again, I will dare to kill you even if you are a mid-level god. You can doubt my words and try to test my patience, but I must warn you. Because your ending will not be good." A threat, a naked threat. However, the gods in the distance were silent. After killing the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, they already knew that on this island, no low-level god was Lin Ling's match. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling led Yu and the rest towards the miasma. After Lin Ling left, many ancient great gods began to discuss among themselves. "With this guy's strength, I'm afraid he can walk out of the miasma." "I don't know if he can walk out of the miasma, but reaching the 9th floor is something that is set in stone. Even the Calamity Crossing Star Lord could reach the 8th floor. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling could do it as well." Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the miasma, suddenly, a figure walked out in a very sorry state. It was Treasure God Nanwufenyu. Grandpa Treasure God. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. "Ha, you finally came to the miasma." Treasure God Nanwufenyu came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. Then he looked behind him and said, "This miasma is really something. I almost died inside." "Grandpa Treasure God, what's inside the miasma?" "Miasma, there are demons hidden in the miasma. It seems like a short distance, but it takes several days to walk. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside cannot be recovered. Especially after the 5th floor, the miasma is really not for humans." "Grandpa Treasure God, which floor are you at?" "The 5th floor. Not only are there many demons, the miasma is also poisonous. You can't stay in there for long. Most importantly, your spirit energy cannot be recovered. That is the biggest problem." "What about Whitewater Pure Maiden, Saint Yi and the rest? They should be able to walk out. Young Qilin's strength is similar to mine. It will be difficult." As he spoke, another figure walked out of the miasma. It was indeed young Qilin. At this moment, he looked exhausted. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but be delighted. "Lin Ling, Treasure God. Little Qilin, which level have you reached?" "The 7th floor. I couldn't hold on any longer, but I was rewarded with 70 Dao realm fragments after I came out." "There are rewards of Dao fragments." Treasure God Nanwufenyu was shocked. He quickly checked his Dao reversion heaven seat and found that he had 50 Dao realm fragments. To think that this miasma would reward so many Dao state fragments. If we were to enter again, wouldn't we be able to obtain Dao state fragments endlessly? Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu said happily. I don't think so. It should be the first floor and then you can get it. There shouldn't be any rewards after that. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that there was such a good thing. White Water Pure Maiden and Saint Guy have not come out. They might have walked out of the island. Grandpa Treasure God, I will go and take a look. Lin Ling said. Okay, Lin Ling, you should be able to walk out of the island. We will wait for your good news. Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu and the others smiled. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and gave a few words of advice. Now that he was famous on the island, he guessed that no one would dare to provoke Yu Yu. Therefore, he told Yu Yu and the rest to cultivate hard and try to walk out of the island as soon as possible. After that, he threatened the deities on the island again before walking forward. The miasma was the only way out of the island. Around the miasma was a rolling yellow ancient river. There were bubbles in the river from time to time, as if there were terrifying ancient beasts. It doesn't look long, but it will take a long time to walk through it. After a rough inspection, Lin Ling entered the miasma. As they watched Lin Ling disappear, the island began to burst into a flurry of discussions. I didn't expect this batch of newcomers to be the first to walk out of the miasma. More importantly, there is more than one person. Sigh, seeing a newcomer leave the island, I feel so bad. Let's cultivate hard. Cultivate hard. Now that more and more people are walking out of the island, I don't want to be trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Everyone felt the pressure, but they did not leave. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could walk out of the miasma in one go. Lin Ling, who entered the miasma, found that he had entered another version of the world. His surroundings were hazy and filled with blood-colored mist. The mist was very strange. It dispersed when it met people, as if it had a spirit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, countless ancient giant mosquitoes flew over, hiding in the blood-colored mist. It was terrifying. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted, causing all the giant mosquitoes to retreat. Then he moved and shot into the distance. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the speed of 500,000 worlds. If he was in the void of Jojo, he could easily go from the east to the west. However, this speed was useless. He still could not pass through the first level. Instead, in the distant sky, huge ancient giant mosquitoes flew over. They were majestic, and each of them was as big as a calf. It was very terrifying. The mosquito's mouth was like a sword. It was very sharp. If one was stabbed by these mosquito mouths, even a lower deity would be sucked dry. Get lost. However, Lin Ling was not the slightest bit afraid. He continuously threw punches. The ferocious strength smashed all the ancient giant mosquitoes that attempted to approach into meat paste. Even their mouths, which were as hard as swords, were forcefully broken. Get lost. Lin Ling did not stop. He waved his fists and rushed into the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of debris fell from the sky. Those giant mosquitoes were all killed by Lin Ling's fists. However, just as he left the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes, a large number of ancient giant mosquitoes appeared in front of him. Although these giant mosquitoes were not strong, they continued to exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength. It's probably because of the red blood-colored mist that I can't recover my essence, energy, and spirit. It's a pity that my essence, energy, and spirit are so huge. It's impossible to exhaust me in the first level. Lin Ling did not stop. He rushed forward like a cannonball. Finally, he rushed out of the first level. Even young Qilin and the others easily passed through the first level. Naturally, they could not stop Lin Ling. Rumble. The second level's mist barrier was yellow. It was very hot. It was as if one was in a volcano. Moreover, in the mist, the sky was filled with smoke and ashes, giving people a feeling of loneliness. As far as the eye could see, this place was vast and boundless. From time to time, the yellow mist would explode. Moreover, It was a big explosion that appeared out of nowhere. It looked very dangerous. Chapter 4585. Rumble. Deafening noises sounded around Lin Ling, but powerful divine essence appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, protecting him within. In Lin Ling's estimation, the power brought by these explosions was as much as 50,000 strands of divinity. Of course, this kind of power, most lesser gods could block it. But the terrifying thing was that these explosions were endless unless one could reach the end. The first level looked at the overall strength. The second level probably looked at the density of one's divine essence. Lin Ling also instantly had a guess in his mind. Unfortunately, the density of his divine essence was gathered from 7 danshians. Whether it was the Age of Gods or the Ancient Era, in terms of the density of divine essence at the same level, who but him could compare? Rumble. Ignoring the explosions around him, Lin Ling patiently charged forward. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, a huge vortex appeared in the yellow mist, rolling and spinning, forming a huge explosion that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of this explosion also reached the power of 100,000 strands of divinity. Looking over, spots of light appeared in the entire fog sea. Then, a terrifying shock wave erupted, connecting the entire second level of fog barrier. If it was a weaker lesser god here, they would definitely die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, in the terrifying explosion, a figure flew past like a kite. It was Lin Ling. There's really no end to it. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of explosion naturally couldn't hurt him, but it wasted his time, and of course, it also consumed a bit of his essence, energy, and spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Ling still charged forward. He had reached the 3rd level. The moment Lin Ling appeared on the 3rd level, he saw endless green fog spread throughout the entire space. In the distance was an ancient forest. These ancient trees were uprooted from the ground, towering into the clouds, but they were silent. Lin Ling stepped on a huge ancient tree, not moving at all, his eyes looking into the distance. He was waiting for the danger of this level. However, it was still quiet in front of him. There were no explosions, nor were there any ancient giant mosquitoes. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there was a winding path in the distance. At this moment, a bird flew out from the silent forest in the distance and flew into the distance. This made Lin Ling frown slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next, countless birds flew out from the seemingly quiet ancient forest and soared into the sky. It was a majestic sight. It seems like some kind of danger is approaching. Looking at the sky full of birds, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. After waiting for an entire moment, a deafening roar finally resounded from afar. After that, an enormous figure silently appeared within the hazy green mist. This figure was enormous, like a divine mountain within the green mist. It was too big. It was one of the biggest demonic beasts Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, a pair of blood-red eyes were faintly discernible within the fog. They were like 2 bright lights in the vast ocean. What is this? Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as curiosity rose in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. The ground began to shake and even more startled birds took flight. Amidst the hazy mist, the enormous figure became even clearer. It was actually an ancient giant bear. It was the first time Lin Ling had seen such an enormous figure. In comparison, Lin Ling's body was only as big as the ancient giant bear's eyes. Is this the difficulty of the 3rd level? Lin Ling was slightly surprised. However, he still stood on the giant tree and looked at the enormous giant bear from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Although the ancient giant bear looked enormous, its speed was not slow and it did not seem cumbersome. It looked at Lin Ling with contempt as its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic glow. Lin Ling stood on the leaves without moving at all. It was as if he was one with the ancient tree on the ground. When it saw Lin Ling's appearance, the ancient giant bear roared loudly. A frightening sound wave charged out like a wild wind, causing Lin Ling's long hair and long robe to flutter. However, his body still did not move an inch. This completely infuriated the ancient giant bear. The might of the ancient giant bear was not enough to intimidate him. The ancient giant bear swept its claws fiercely. The terrifying air wave caused the ancient trees on the ground to rise and tumble in the sky like straw. It was terrifying. Bang! Lin Ling raised his hand to block. All the towering ancient trees around him rose into the sky as if gravity had disappeared. Only the ancient pine tree under Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed. Swoosh! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His momentum did not stop as he continued to fly backward. Bang bang bang! Looking at the ground again, it was as if a dragon was gliding on the ground, dragging a long shadow as dust billowed and spread. And this was Lin Ling. Boom! Several large mountains in the distance were also penetrated by Lin Ling. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of an ancient mountain that rose from the ground. Crack crack crack. However, cracks appeared on the mountain and it collapsed with a rumble. Roar roar roar. In the distance, the huge ancient bear stood up. Its huge bare arms waved at the sky and let out the most primitive roar. It was as if it had won in the most primitive battle between wild beasts. It was the king of ancient times. However, had it won? Obviously, it was impossible. First stage. A soft voice suddenly came from the huge gravel in the distance. Boom! The gravel exploded and a figure shot out like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the ancient giant bear. Next, a fist that seemed small but carried a destructive force smashed out violently. However, the ancient giant bear was also very powerful. When it noticed the figure approaching, its huge bear claws also swept out violently. Of course, it obviously did not gain any advantage this time. That was because the ferocious fist swept out like a gust of wind and sent the ancient giant bear flying. Bang bang bang. The ground was shaking. A huge figure glided along the ground and stirred up the heaven and earth. It's only the third level. Even young Lin and the rest passed it. How can I be defeated here? At most, you can only exhaust a little of my stamina. That's all. Lin Ling, who was floating in the sky, shook his head and said. In an instant he disappeared from where he was. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. Lin Ling attacked crazily to suppress the giant bear, causing the green fog to swirl due to the huge impact. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed at this moment. After a long time, a figure walked along the ground like a wandering hero and also like an ancient god that had returned from ancient times. Bang! Not far behind this person, a huge figure finally crashed down like an island. The fourth level, this person said as he walked. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He wanted to know how many ancient giant beasts were hidden in this ancient Tao realm. He had finally reached the fourth level. It was actually a world in the water. Countless ancient giant crabs surrounded and attacked. All of them had the strength of a late-stage lower deity and were extremely powerful. Chapter 4586. The fourth level's misty world clearly affected Lin Ling's battle strength to a certain extent. However, Lin Ling still managed to reach the fifth level without a hitch. Everything was as Treasure God Grandpa had said. From the fifth level onwards, the mist already carried a fatal attack. The fifth level was dusky, as if it was an abandoned land of the mortal world. It was like an evil land after the creation of heaven and earth. Even an ancient great god could not survive here because there was a terrifying sandstorm here. This sandstorm was mixed with the sharp power of God. It blew past and constantly pierced people's bodies. Puff puff puff. Lin Ling looked at his body constantly being pierced. Grains of sand shot into his body and he frowned. I have to find the end as soon as possible. Lin Ling knew why Treasure God Nanwufenyu failed. Because after reaching the fifth level, he had used up a lot of his essence energy. Now, he had to constantly be on guard against the sandstorm. If his spirit energy was not thick enough, he would definitely fall here. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling moved against the wind. But more and more sand shot into his body. This sand was able to pierce through the protection of divine essence and was extremely powerful. And as more and more sand piled up, Lin Ling also felt his weight crazily increase. It was as if he was dragging hundreds of mountains forward. Bang bang bang. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was actually jumping along the desert. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a strange monster. The reason why it was strange was because this monster was not only huge, but also round like a ball. Its surface had a large number of spikes. Searching his mind, Lin Ling could not think of what this monster looked like. The only thing that left the deepest impression was that it was very similar to a pufferfish. A pufferfish? And then it jumped in the desert like a balloon? Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two sides fought. In the end, Lin Ling emerged victorious and passed through the 5th level. And at this moment, on the island, countless people were looking in the direction of the fog barrier. They could see layers upon layers of fog drifting about, and among them, the last layer of fog was the most conspicuous. But after a long time, it finally calmed down. Previously, the last layer of the miasma was constantly changing, and now it's changing again. It seems that both of them have walked out of the miasma. I'm so envious. They are rookies. They managed to walk out of the fog barrier the moment they arrived on the island. This batch of rookies is really impressive. There's a third person now. I wonder if he can make it out of the miasma. Discussions were heard everywhere. Many of the ancient great gods were extremely envious. That was because some ancient gods had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Some had even been trapped here for 100,000 years. How could they not want to leave? After all, leaving the island represented a kind of affirmation. However, even though they had painstakingly cultivated for many years, they were still lacking just a little bit. On the contrary, they often saw people walking out of the island. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed in the heart by a sword. And now, the third person was also very likely to walk out of the island. This could be considered as the first batch of ancient gods to walk out of the island after so many years. As for the third person, it was Lin Ling. White Water Pure Maiden, Xianxia, and the others have all left. White Water Pure Maiden is a medium god. If she can walk out, it means that she is stronger than ordinary medium gods. As for Xianxia, although he is a lower god, he is a freak. The rest is up to Lin Ling. Yu and the others were also looking at the miasma. They were very happy. Look, the 6th level's miasma is glowing. The clouds are filled with lightning and thunder. This means that Brother Ling has reached the 6th level. Suddenly, Yu shouted in joy. This kid has reached the 5th level. Not bad. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu and young Qilin looked at each other. They were somewhat excited. Although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely reach the 8th level, seeing Lin Ling reach the 6th level with their own eyes, they could not help but feel excited. The 6th level. At this moment, many ancient great gods were also looking at the miasma. The miasma was layered and distributed according to color, so it was very easy to distinguish. Moreover, it was not difficult to guess who had reached the 6th level. After all, Du Dao Star Lord had reached the 8th level. It would not be difficult for that newcomer. And this made them even more envious. On the 6th level, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Ling also used the 2nd stage of innate fusion. After a long time, Lin Ling reached the 7th level. In this level of miasma, there was not only thunder, but also heat and violence. The 3rd stage of innate fusion appeared. Du Dao Star Lord had also barely passed this level. The latter had failed on the 8th level, but Lin Ling was stronger. So, after a long time, he had reached the 8th level. After reaching the 8th level, Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy. One had to know that Du Dao Star Lord had failed on the 8th level because he did not have enough energy. She's here on the 8th floor, but I didn't see Xianxia. He probably left. White Water Pure Maiden is a common god, so she's definitely in more trouble than a lesser god. That being said, I'm guessing that she left as well. Of course, Xianxia is the smoothest. With the Donghuang Bell, he doesn't have to do anything. Standing in the sky of the 8th level, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even with his strength, he felt a little exhausted. And the 8th level's threat was the suction force. This suction force came from the miasma of heaven and earth. This place was like the great wilderness. It was also like the most unstable Huan Yu great world before the heavens and earth were created. Life's reincarnation, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So, the miasma here had the power to turn any god into nothingness. Lin Ling was full of killing intent. Using the third stage of innate fusion, he rushed into the distance. He was going all out to resist the power of the great wilderness. But the great wilderness seemed endless. There was nothing here, only endless miasma. It made one feel as if they were not moving forward at all. Clearly, this was not only a dangerous place, but also a test of a martial artist's state of mind. However, Lin Ling was a calm person. He did not care about any changes and moved forward bravely. He knew that as long as he rushed in one direction, he would definitely be able to walk out of here. After all, the miasma was only a path to God. This path would not be long. After a long time, when Lin Ling was covered in wounds, he finally walked out of the 8th level. Looking at his body, there was not a single piece of intact skin. Bones were exposed in many places. On the left side of his face, there was a skeletal eye. It added a touch of fear and evil. The 9th level. Almost at the same time, countless ancient gods on the island exclaimed. The 9th level. As long as he passed it, he would walk out of the island and step into a new world. Fail, he must fail. No one knew what was on the 9th level, but everyone was cursing Lin Ling's failure. They did not want to see the third ancient god walking out of the island. It would be too great a blow to them. These guys. Chapter 4587. The young Qilin suddenly laughed. He looked like a child, but his eyes were filled with wisdom. You're right, kid. Once Lin Ling gets out of the 9th level, we have to work hard to get out of the island and see what the Dao realm is like with him. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu laughed. At this moment, he looked forward to the outside world even more. The real Dao realm was outside the island. Although he was a god from the era of the gods, the Dao realm did not only include the era of the gods, but also the primordial era and the most ancient primordial era. How could he not look forward to it? How could he not want to search for the mysteries of the primordial era? Return of the God. At this moment, the colorful fog on the 9th level formed a whirlpool that rolled wildly. An ancient and mighty voice rang out, shocking the entire world. Lin Ling looked over. All the demons in the fog barrier had gathered on the 9th level. There were ancient bears, giant mosquitoes, and even explosions. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Although he did not know who spoke, Lin Ling also shouted angrily. Fellow Daoist, this will not work. Please return. The ancient voice rang out again, causing countless echoes. Impossible. Lin Ling said bluntly. Blood sacrifice. Suddenly, the angry roar seemed to have triggered a taboo, as if it had come from the primordial era. The primordial giant bears and primordial giant mosquitoes from before began to fuse together. Looking at the colorful miasma hovering in the sky, they were now mixed together. The entire world became even more colorful. Rays of treasure light blossomed like fireworks in the distance, dazzling and resplendent. After the blood sacrifice, Lin Ling felt the suction from the 8th level appear again. Moreover, a terrifying roar rang in his ears, shattering Lin Ling's eardrums and entering his brain. It wanted to destroy everything about Lin Ling. After his ears were attacked, it was his eyes' turn. The treasure light in the distance was like a mirror, shining on Lin Ling's eyes. Umph! Lin Ling let out a muffled groan. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't. His eyes were instantly blinded. A blinding treasure light followed his empty eyes and destroyed Lin Ling's body. But this was not the end. The poisonous gas spread, sealing Lin Ling's sense of smell. All kinds of illusions fell like flowers, sealing Lin Ling's mind. His 5 senses were all sealed. This was Lin Ling's first time experiencing such terrifying power. His 7 orifices began to bleed. From afar, it was a terrifying sight. This is the 9th level. The originally weak Lin Ling couldn't help but think to himself in shock after being severely injured. Now, it was difficult for him to even speak. He did not know how pure Maiden White walked out of the miasma, but he was certain that very few lesser gods could do so. As for Xingyi, he was not worried because the Eastern Emperor Bell was enough to protect him. All of his senses had been sealed. This made Lin Ling realize that his powerful mortal body wasn't invulnerable. He had been cultivating the strength of his mortal body, but he had forgotten the most ordinary thing, and that was his senses. Such a setback had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for Lin Ling. He knew that he had been blindly pursuing strength, but he had forgotten the most important thing. The foundation was actually the most important thing. Even if Lin Ling's bones, bloodline, and even cells had already been strengthened, he was now in the world of gods. There were definitely many ancient gods who had strengthened their bodies like him. However, he was stuck in his own ways and thought that the strongest power was the only thing that could strengthen his body. The great Tao. Everything was wrong. The true limit of the body's strength was to transform the body into the universe, into the void. Only by being undefeated could one repel the enemy. It was not to repel the enemy first to be undefeated. Fellow Daoist, sorry for the offense. While Lin Ling was still in shock, the thing formed by all the ancient giant beasts turned into a fist and suppressed Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in the sky, already turned into a bloody man. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body was riddled with wounds. Even his spirit essence was mostly exhausted. In that case, it was obvious that he couldn't block this attack. At this moment, all the life on the 9th level seemed to be staring at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling fail and retreat. Even on the island, the ancient gods were staring at the final miasma. Although they did not know what happened to the miasma, they were sure that the 9th level was not simple. Step of wisdom. But at this moment, a voice formed by soul power sounded. Although Lin Ling's 5 senses were sealed, his soul power was safe and sound. Because his soul power was too strong. Furthermore, his physical body did not reach invincible defense. But his soul power was invincible in defense, especially in the step of wisdom. The moment this terrifying soul power emerged, heaven and earth seemed to be sealed. Splitting open the sky. Lin Ling raised his hand, the arm that was only left with white bones, and lightly waved. It looked like a simple action, but it carried the charm of splitting open heaven and earth. It could sever all great Tao, the ultimate source of martial arts. Step of wisdom, Pangu attacked, one attacking, one defending, shocking attack. The 9th level shook. Under Lin Ling's light chop, countless lights scattered down like snow. A narrow path appeared in front of Lin Ling. The path leading to the island was completely opened. The miasma that wanted to defeat Lin Ling was also destroyed with a chop, unstoppable. And Lin Ling advanced like this, as if he did not experience any life and death crisis. That figure was so calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Rumble. Looking from the island, the miasma of the 9th level was not only flashing lightning and thunder, but there were also divine flames illuminating the world. Occasionally, there would be strong winds blowing. It was incomparably terrifying. But soon, everything returned to normal and returned to normal. The gods on the island were all silent. They stared at the miasma, but the figure they were waiting for did not appear. There were only 2 reasons for this result. First, Lin Ling died. Second, Lin Ling left the island. At this moment, everyone's body trembled. Then, they looked at Yu and the rest, wanting to see the answer from their faces. Yu and the rest were also very nervous. But after waiting for a while, they did not hear Lin Ling's voice. According to the norm, if Lin Ling died, the Tao realm would take Lin Ling away. Then, Lin Ling would definitely transmit a message to them in the void of the 9 states, reminding them that he, Lin Ling, had failed. But now there was none. Nothing. Brother Ling, you did it. After waiting for a long time, Yu finally laughed. As soon as her voice fell, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the rest also laughed. A heroic feeling rose in their hearts. The third person. Looking at the gods on the island, they were greatly affected and sighed again and again. Although they had guessed that this would be the result, they still felt lucky in their hearts. But in the end, this bit of luck disappeared with the wind. Chapter 4588. His blinded eyes were now recovering. His dull hair was now regaining its luster. His broken body was now regrowing flesh. Everything was being restored to normal. I'm out. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the winding path. His expression began to become excited, because outside the island, that was the true Tao realm. The winding path looked very ordinary, and there was no trace of the desolate aura from before. Lin Ling felt as if he was walking on a small road in the countryside. When he completely walked out, the real desolate world appeared in front of him. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with boundless spiritual energy, the ancient volcanoes, and all kinds of plants that seemed like the beginning of the world. Everything was so ancient and so powerful. Rumble. But what shocked Lin Ling was that as soon as he came out, he saw an earth-shattering battle. The pure white maiden and Xianxia were working together to fight against a group of powerful ancient gods. Many of these ancient gods had the strength of a mid-god, and with a raise of their hands, millions of divine force erupted. There were countless mid-god divine embryos, and even a wisp of fire was an ancient divine fire. Eastern Emperor Bell. A domineering voice sounded, and an old man with long hair was controlling a huge fire-blocking dome to suppress Xianxia and Xianxia. Looking around, he saw that all of the gods were using their divine essence to fuel the flames, causing the fire-blocking dome to constantly emit terrifying flames. They were all sweating profusely and looked like they were having a hard time, but their faces were full of excitement. They seemed to have their eyes on Xianxia's Eastern Emperor Bell. I didn't expect to encounter such a chaos divine artifact on my way here. This is fate. This is caused by the universe's fate. The old man looked up and laughed. Although he was having a hard time controlling the fire-blocking dome, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could refine the two. In fact, if it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bell and the help of a mid-god woman, he would have already killed the two. Patriarch, they're dead meat. Patriarch, you've lived for thousands of years, and your kindness is immeasurable. The group of lesser deities in the surroundings didn't help him. Instead, they cheered and encouraged him. Underneath the leaf fire dome, terrifying flames were exploding, threatening to destroy the heaven and earth. Inside the dome, an ancient bell was hanging in the air, emitting a deafening sound. Below the bell were Xianxia and Whitewater Pure Maiden. Xianxia's face was pale as he tried his best to control the Grand Orient Bell to fend off the godfire. Moreover, he was also very depressed. This was because when he had just walked out of the miasma and was recovering, he suddenly encountered a group of gods. They attacked him without saying a word and wanted to snatch his Donghuang bell. He and Whitewater Pure Maiden were caught off guard, and were suppressed in one move. Most importantly, they hadn't walked out of the miasma for long, so their strength hadn't recovered yet. After all, within the miasma, one's essence, energy, and spirit couldn't recover. Only by walking out of the island could they recover. Hold on. Whitewater Pure Maiden gritted her teeth. If not for her strength as a lesser deity, Xianxia wouldn't have the strength to control the bell even if he had a divine artifact in hand. The reason why Xianxia could still fend off the enemies was because of Whitewater Pure Maiden. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. After all, Whitewater Pure Maiden had only recovered 30% of her strength after leaving the island. What a powerful Donghuang bell. The two of you, who are so weak, can actually fend off a dozen lesser deities. At this time, the old man said savagely, Your Excellency, the Donghuang bell is the most precious treasure of the Donghuang clan. Even if you have it, what's the use if you can't control it? Why don't you leave immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones? Xianxia said, You don't have to worry about that. Let me tell you, just because others can't control it doesn't mean that this old ancestor can't. Hurry up and die. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. It was obvious that he had reached his limit, but he believed that the two would fall before him. Someone came out? Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling in the distance. Xianxia and the rest turned to look, and their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ling had also walked out of the island. Originally, they wanted Lin Ling to help, but they suddenly thought of something and immediately shut up. This was because they knew that Lin Ling, who had just walked out of the island, was in the same state as them. He was very weak at the moment. A lesser deity? Where did this trash come from? If he dares to interfere, this old ancestor will chop him into pieces. The old man also saw Lin Ling. At first, he was worried that he might be some expert, but fortunately, he was just a lesser deity, so there was nothing to be worried about. Moreover, although he was the third person to walk out of the island, it didn't mean that he knew Xingyi and the rest, so they wouldn't dare to interfere. Brat, if you dare to talk too much about this matter, you will die without a complete corpse. Our old ancestor will kill you every time he sees you, until you don't dare to enter the Dao realm. Scram. All the intermediate deities were urging, so the lesser deities all shouted at Lin Ling. Their expressions were dignified, as if they were rewarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and roughly knew what was going on. He didn't say anything and sat down cross-legged. This brat has foresight. That's it. Don't interfere in things that you shouldn't. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart, everyone felt that this was normal. After all, if a lesser deity dared to talk nonsense in front of them, that would be abnormal. However, they were also mocking Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. In any case, they were from the same island. Even if they didn't know each other, they had seen each other before. Now that he saw a fellow cultivator in trouble, not only did he not help, but he even sat down cross-legged like a turtle and cultivated. He was AF** king disgrace to the words ancient great deities. That's right. If it were me, I would do my best to help, even if I wasn't a match for him. Coward. The lesser deities stood on the moral high ground and mocked Lin Ling. Even the old man's eyes were filled with disdain. However, since the other party was a coward and trash, then he might as well kill him as well. He was an eyesore. He's probably not a big deal. Kill him. He spat out a sentence, then ignored them and focused on killing 1 or 2 people from Holy Return. Such a small fry, he probably just walked out of the miasma. His strength is limited just like a child. Come, let's go kill him. Upon hearing the order, all the low-level deities walked towards Lin Ling. Their abilities were all at the peak of low-level deities, and they had also walked out of the miasma before. However, it was not on the island that Lin Ling was on. This was because in this Tao realm, there were countless miasma, and some were strong, some were weak. They didn't know how many layers of miasma there were on the island Lin Ling was on, but the miasma they walked through was only the 6th layer. Chapter 4589. Afraid of death? At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He really didn't know how to write the word, afraid of death, in this life. The reason he didn't speak or help was that Lin Ling understood the situation clearly. He knew that the key now was to recover his strength. Even if he recovered half of his strength, it would be the death of this group of dregs. However, even though Lin Ling's recovery speed was very fast, he still needed a short period of time. Therefore, Lin Ling revealed a panicked expression and asked with a frown, "Who are you people?" "How little devil, this god is Taiping's leader, Yuji. I forgive your ignorance and lack of knowledge. You don't know how mighty this god was in the age of the gods. Now, obediently die." The burly man burst into laughter. "This god is the watchful god, Lu Hong. Holy Lord Yu Sheng." The lower god behind the burly man also spoke proudly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that these should be the reincarnations of the gods of the past. However, at that time, they were probably minor officials in the heavenly court. What Taiping's leader? He was probably a teacher. What watchful god? To put it bluntly, he was just a watchman, someone who struck the clock. These minor officials dared to touch Lin Ling? "Why do you want to kill me?" Lin Ling seemed to be even more panicked. However, he also sensed that the strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Just a little bit more. "Ha, oh little devil, I don't know which era you are from, but you're too stupid. Why do we want to kill you? You saw something you shouldn't have seen. How can we let you live? Besides, although you can't stop Patriarch Lei Tai's important matter, you're an eyesore. Do you know that? Do you know what an eyesore is? It's an existence like a pile of shit. It's not pleasing to the eye. Do you understand?" Taiping's leader said disdainfully. "Ha." Behind him, the other lesser gods began to laugh even louder. "You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Lin Ling asked again. Bullshit. Ever since the will of the world was born, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Where is the heavenly punishment? Everything has changed. The ancient great gods only think about themselves. Only by becoming stronger can they not die. That's right, that's right. The so-called heavenly punishment is bullshit. Now that the 5 emperors have revived and reincarnated, didn't they also die back then? Is this the heavenly punishment? The 5 sovereigns have the same lifespan as the heavens, but they still have to die. Is this the heavenly punishment? In front of great power, Tian Fa is nothing but a fleeting cloud. The lower deities spoke in disdain. Back then, how glorious were they? However, the dusk of the gods arrived, and all of them died. After they reincarnated, they came to the primal chaos realm. They started from the bottom and suffered all kinds of humiliation. So, they had long disregarded Tian Fa. Be obedient and be my hour. At that moment, God's patience seemed to have run out as he launched an attack at Lin Ling. Time flowed, and the sun, moon, and stars quickly appeared. At this moment, it was as if the god of time controlled the flow of time. Although there was no god's stairway, the power of the god was not weak. It was in the 200,000 range. Has he turned into the river of time? Seeing that the god of time had attacked, the other ancient deities were too lazy to attack. They wanted to watch Lin Ling turn into nothingness. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally stood up. Although he had not recovered his full strength, he had at least recovered half of his essence, energy, and spirit. As for the remaining half, he believed that after the battle, he would gradually recover. After all, these small deities in front of him were not very strong. Xiao. With the tyrannical song sword in hand, killing intent gushed out, and a sea of blood flooded out. If Lin Ling was like a gentle scholar a moment ago, he was at a loss and fearful of the unknown future, but at this moment he had transformed into a god emperor. His might shocked the world and rebuked the world. Rumble. The terrifying stairway of death not only cut off the river of time, but also a fierce sword slashed at the god of time, wanting to kill him completely. Of course, at the critical moment, the Tao realm appeared and took him away. You. Wrapped in the power of the 5-colored light, the god of time was furious. This guy was actually so strong. What was detestable was that he was actually pretending to be pitiful. Damn it. If there is no heaven's punishment, I am heaven's punishment. Lin Ling held the blood sword diagonally and looked at the lower deities coldly. The lower deities were silent as if they could not believe their eyes. Was this still the small deity who was panicking and begging for mercy? You tricked us. The Taiping cult leader roared angrily. He was so angry that his god position was unstable. It's not really a trick. I just came out of the miasma, and my essence, energy, and spirit have not recovered. At that time, you could have easily killed me. Of course, now, it's me who can easily kill you. Lin Ling said calmly. You lied to me. How can you recover your strength so quickly? The Taiping cult leader roared again. You'll know after the battle. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. His physical strength erupted, and he slashed fiercely. Compared to the recovery of spirit energy, Lin Ling's physical strength recovered much faster. Lin Ling had 7 Danshians, and 5 of them were mid-god embryos. Even if he recovered 30% of his strength, it was still no small matter. Now that he had recovered half of his strength, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 peak lower deities fusing together. With a ferocious slash, the Taiping cult leader was taken away by the Tao realm. I can't accept this. This is the 2nd time I've died. There's only one heaven's will left. Feeling himself drifting further and further away, the Taiping cult leader's eyes turned red. The next time he appeared in the Tao realm, if someone tried to kill him, he would no longer have the help of the Tao realm. He would die completely. Just the thought of it was so terrifying that he did not dare to come to the Tao realm anymore. Lin Ling's killing intent surged as he killed another ancient deity. No, I don't have the help of the Tao realm anymore. The ancient deity was in an even worse state. He had already used up the protection of the Tao realm 3 times. This meant that he would die completely and disappear forever in the river of history. It would be very difficult for him to reincarnate into his original body again. Because of the heavenly mandate, the ancient deities of the past had all reincarnated, but if they died again, their life's fortune would be lost in the river of time. After they reincarnated again, it would be difficult for them to return to their original bodies. They might reincarnate into animals, or they might reincarnate into other families. I didn't provoke you, but you came to kill me? What a joke. You should have run far away after meeting me. Lin Ling ignored the ancient deity's resentment. To him, those who dared to kill him should all die. This guy is so strong. Does the island he just passed have 9 layers of fog? Seeing Lin Ling slaughtering the ancient gods as if he were chopping vegetables, the remaining people started to panic. First stage. Lin Ling saw that his spirit energy had recovered a lot and immediately fused with his innate talent. This greatly increased his speed, attack, and defense. Blood flowed like a river as another ancient deity died. It could be said that he killed a deity with one slash. How dare you! An ancient deity with a high status in the past shouted with dignity. Back then, he controlled millions of divine weapons. Now, he was threatened by an unknown junior? Chapter 4590. Junior, tell me your name. When I return in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Some ancient gods couldn't bear the humiliation and planned to self-detonate so that the Dao realm expert could take them away. Of course, before they left, they would remember this blood feud. I'm Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. The next time you come to the Dao realm, come find me if you have the ability. I'll kill you every time I see you. Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength yet, so the next time they met, it was hard to say who would die. Lei Gong Lin Ling. All of the ancient great gods remembered this name. They lost their lives one after another and were brought away by the Dao realm experts. Take care, I won't send you off. Watching those ancient gods leave, Lin Ling smiled coldly and waved his hand. Without a doubt, this action angered those ancient gods. Among them were emperors, generals, and ancestors from the age of the gods, but they were still killed by a nameless junior. How could they not be angry? In a short period of time, all the low-level gods disappeared. Rumble. Around the fire-blocking dome, the mid-level gods had ugly expressions, as if they had been played. Afraid of death? Coward? Trash? You must be kidding me. That kid had planned to interfere in this matter from the beginning, but he was just pretending, using the time to recover his strength. Now, they were using all their strength to activate the fire-blocking dome, using the Taili fire to burn those 2 people. They couldn't spare any time to deal with that low-level god. Damn it. In the past, no matter how strong that low-level god was, he was just an ant to them. There was no need to be threatened like this. Lin Ling held his sword and walked over step by step. He seemed to only have the strength of a low-level god, but every step he took seemed to stomp on the mid-level gods' hearts, shocking them like thunder. Because at this moment, if that kid acted recklessly, they would definitely be hit by the power of the Taili fire and be seriously injured. What incredible strength! If he becomes a mid-level god, his strength will be no small matter. This ancient god, are you interested in becoming one of the 5 emperors? The originally domineering and unruly old man on the huge fire-blocking dome suddenly spoke indifferently. I'm Thunder Tai God, one of the 3 Thunder provinces. They also call me Thunder Tai Ancestor. As for the divine throne of the 5 emperors, this is the divine throne of Great Emperor Jun, one of the 5 emperors of the untainted era. As long as you enter this divine throne, you will be able to roam freely in 30% of the Dao realm. The old man continued, don't underestimate this 30%. It also represents an era. It means that in the desolate era, the ancient era, the gods, and even the current era, you can ignore countless ancient gods and do whatever you want. You make it sound so powerful. Why are you compromising with me now? Lin Ling stopped in front of the blazingly fire dome and said with a faint smile. He was also inspecting the Li fire dome. He wanted to find a weakness in it and save Xingyi and the others. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Thunder Tai Ancestor's eyes turned cold. This brat has a sharp tongue. If it weren't for this critical moment, he would have slapped him to death. However, the most important thing now was to keep this brat in check. He would slowly deal with this brat after dealing with the Eastern Emperor Bell. I'm compromising with you because I think your future is bright. If I recommend you to Great Emperor Jun will definitely be happy. Besides, do you really want to offend Great Emperor Jun for the two of them? One of them is the successor of the Eastern Emperor and possesses the Eastern Emperor Bell. In the future, his name will shake the entire era. You can't compare to him at all. When he achieves great success in the future, he won't put you in his eyes. As for the other one, she is a mid-god. To a mid-god, a lower god is like an ant. Even if you risk your life to save her, she won't be grateful to you. I'm afraid that even if you want to be her servant, she won't accept you. Thunder Tai Ancestor said with a smile, his words sowing discord. Indeed, if the two of them manage to escape, they will think twice if I want to be their servant. Hearing this, Lin Ling also nodded affirmatively. That's right. So, why offend Great Emperor Jun for them? Instead, join us. Great Emperor Jun will give you a deity position. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Thunder Tai Ancestor was ecstatic. This kid has fallen for it. However, this joy didn't last long because Lin Ling had already regretfully shook his head. Actually, they won't agree to me being their servant. That's because the kid with the Eastern Emperor Bell is under my command. Lin Ling said lightly. What? Under your command? Thunder Tai Ancestor blinked, startled. The other mid-gods also felt that Lin Ling was joking. He owned the Eastern Emperor Bell and was a member of the Eastern Emperor clan. How could he be under this kid's command? What the hell? You say you're friends? We'll believe that. Under your command? Would the Eastern Emperor clan be willing to put down their pride to be your subordinate? As for the girl, she's my servant. At this time, Lin Ling said again. If not for the fact that the gods had to activate the flames, they would have fainted at this moment. After all, in the Dao realm, one's previous life didn't matter at all. What mattered was one's strength, background, and identity in this life. Therefore, a mid-god would always be a lesser god's equal. Now, a mid-god was a servant? Being your wife is already giving you enough face, yet you still want to call her a servant? Although I'm very interested in your Great Emperor Jun, one is my subordinate, and the other is my servant. As their lord, how can I stand by and watch? Lin Ling shook his head. His words carried a sense of mission as if he wanted to protect everyone. But a mid-god couldn't help but curse. Just a lesser god. Did he really think he was an ancient god? How could he protect everyone? If not for the fact that they had to activate the fire-blocking dome, they could kill this kid with a single finger. Are you kidding me? Thunder Tai Ancestor's face turned ugly. He had been happy for nothing. Of course, he didn't think that Lin Ling had the qualifications to be some lord. Kid, let me tell you, you want to save them? With your strength, you're dreaming. Thunder Tai Ancestor's murderous aura surged. Now, get the hell out of here, or you'll die without a doubt. Old man, if you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why bother talking nonsense? Lin Ling wasn't afraid in the slightest. Moreover, once your fire-blocking dome is activated, the Tai Li fire will burn everything, including you. That's why you need the fire-blocking dome to suppress the Tai Li fire. That's why you can't separate yourselves. Therefore, it won't be difficult to break your fire-blocking dome. You have good eyesight. However, you're right. But with your strength, do you think you can break the fire-blocking dome? Thunder Tai Ancestor said coldly. As long as I break your dome, the Tai Li fire will erupt and feed back to you. Therefore, I think I can. Lin Ling took a step forward, leapt forward, and charged towards Patriarch Lei Tai. You're courting death. The power of the fire-blocking dome isn't something a lesser god can resist. If you fail, you'll die without a doubt. Thunder Tai Ancestor didn't panic at all. He didn't think that Lin Ling had the strength to affect him. Chapter 45-91. It seemed like a simple action, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth apart, severing the primordial chaos and creating life and the boundless universe. As of this moment, the eyes of the common gods around the enormous fire-leaving gauntlet flickered as they realized that the world of the proto-wilds had vanished. All that remained was a single figure standing there in midair, using the power of a giant god to punish everything. Boom. When the strike landed on Lei Tai's body, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He instantly sensed that an unstoppable force was about to tear him apart. Although he was using all his strength to activate the Tai Li fire, causing his defense to be greatly reduced, a lowly demigod was still able to attack him. However, for a lesser god to be able to injure him, this was something unbelievable in the entire Dao realm, or even in the entire era. 4 mid-gods, no matter how strong a lowly demigod was, they could never hurt a mid-god. But now, this logic was broken. Pooh! Lei Tai spat out another mouthful of blood. He sensed that the force that was tearing him apart was even stronger. If he didn't abandon the Firelight Dome now, he would definitely be in danger. However, if he abandoned it, he would still be in danger and be attacked by the Tai Li fire. Of course, one was a life-and-death crisis, and the other was a serious injury. He naturally chose the latter. Little bastard, I won't let you go. Lei Tai cursed, retracted his divine essence, and retreated wildly. Boom! Just as he retreated from the Firelight Dome, a terrifying flame exploded, causing Lei Tai to spit out blood again and again. As for the enormous fire-leaving dome, it was beginning to tremble as well, causing all of the gods in the area to turn pale and their bodies to tremble. It's over, it's over. They had gathered so much energy into the Firelight Dome, constantly activating the Tai Li fire. Now that it had erupted, the power was unimaginable. Run! They couldn't care less about Xianxia in the Firelight Dome and fled frantically. My lord! Boom! A corner of the Firelight Dome was lifted, and 2 figures quickly shot out. However, the Firelight Dome was still expanding, as if the firelight inside had encountered water, causing an earth-shattering change. The figures who shot out were Xianxia. Xianxia activated the Donghuang Bell to envelop Lin Ling. Just as the Donghuang Bell fell, the expanding Firelight Dome finally erupted. Rumble! Endless Tai Li fire was swallowing and spewing out, destroying everything. The Tai Li fire was the fire that perfected Tai used to refine pills in ancient times. Even if it was just a spark, it could burn for millions of years in the void, turning the void into a flaming void. Dong dong dong. Within the Donghuang Bell, Lin Ling and the other 2 could feel the Donghuang Bell shaking violently. Even with the protection of the Donghuang Bell, they could still feel a burning sensation. Thinking about it, without the protection of the Donghuang Bell, the 3 of them would have died without a doubt. When he thought about the god-level experts outside, they probably wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. Even for someone as powerful as them, when faced with the Tai Li fire, it would be an arduous and unrewarding task. What a terrifying flame! This is a true divine fire. Lin Ling said solemnly. His human monarch flame paled in comparison to the Tai Li fire. Of course, this was normal. One was the first flame of mankind, and the other was the flame that created the world. Naturally, there was no comparison. After a long time, the sound of the wind outside gradually died down. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang Bell to check the outside world. After the Donghuang Bell slowly rose, what entered their eyes was a fiery red world. Even though the energy had reached its end, Lin Ling and the rest could still feel their bodies burning. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the explosion was. In fact, they didn't know that even the great ancient gods on the island behind the fog could vaguely see the terrifying flames soaring into the sky. The flame rushed to the river around the island and instantly killed many ancient giant crocodiles. It seemed that even a god-level expert couldn't resist the power of this divine fire. Kid, I won't let you go. At this time, god-level experts crawled up from the flames on the ground. However, their bodies were covered in flames that continued to burn them, making them look very miserable. After cursing, the 5-colored light appeared and brought them away. Even god-level experts had fallen. They couldn't resist the burning of the Tai Li fire. Of course, saying that the Tai Li fire killed them was more accurate to say that Lin Ling killed them. Being killed by a lower god was an endless humiliation to them. Most importantly, it wasn't just one god-level expert who killed more than a dozen god-level experts. Just thinking about it made them hate him to the core. Lei Gong Linling, Lei Tai Patriarch, will not live under the same sky as you. Wait for me. When I return, I will kill you as soon as possible. At this time, there was an explosion in front of them. Thunder roared as an old man floated in the air. Apart from the thunder on his body, there was also the Tai Leaf fire burning him. He glared angrily at Lin Ling under the Donghuang bell, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten countless flies. It's just playing with fire. Lin Ling calmly replied. Cunning and shrewd. The two of you are together with him. Be careful that he doesn't betray you. I think he helped you because of your Donghuang bell. Lei Tai Patriarch suddenly smiled at Xingyi, trying to drive a wedge between them. Clearly, he knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to obtain the Donghuang bell. But before that, he wanted to see that despicable little bastard die. Sorry, but he really is my lord. How could Xingyi not know what Lei Tai Patriarch meant? To him, if Lin Ling wanted to use the Donghuang bell, he would give it to Lin Ling. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling who helped him without asking for anything. It was also Lin Ling who brought Lei Gong Hall to its most glorious moment. After so many years of contact, Lin Ling was the second person Xingyi trusted other than Lei Gong. You're really despicable. He's just a lower god. How can he be your lord? You're a disgrace to the Donghuang clan. Lei Tai Patriarch cursed when he saw that his plot had failed. Sorry, but I'm also his servant. At this time, Pure Maiden Bai also spoke. This time, she didn't resist being called a servant. Before she met Lin Ling, she was still trying to break through to the Great Seal realm in the Broken Realm. But after meeting Lin Ling, not only was she free, but she had also reached the realm that her father yearned for. The Dao realm. Her father was right when he told her to follow Lin Ling. You're also despicable. Lei Tai Patriarch felt like he had been slapped twice when he saw Pure Maiden Bai admit it. He couldn't understand where that kid got the courage to summon these two experts. The current you should be very weak, right? Should we send you away? Or do you want to leave on your own? At this moment, St. Yi said indifferently, and the smile on his face was filled with mockery. Chapter 4592. We'll meet again. His entire body exploded, brought away by a wave of five-colored light, leaving the Dao realm. The life he left behind in the Dao realm was wasted for nothing. In a short period of time, all of the intermediate gods had perished. Only the ground continued to burn with scorching flames. Let's leave this place. Lin Ling knew that they shouldn't stay here for long. He was afraid that the Tai Li fire would explode. Then, the three carefully avoided the Tai Li fire and ran into the distance. Under a large tree not far from the island, the three of them sat cross-legged. They were not far from the island, and they could see the vast yellow river. The large tree they were on was like an umbrella, and it was very ancient. Under the large tree, it would take a lot less time to recover. Rumble. Behind them was a huge volcano. The volcano would erupt from time to time and rain lava down from the sky. However, the lava was blocked by the umbrella tree. This Dao realm is indeed a desolate land. It's a mess. Lin Ling looked at the yellow river in front of him and then at the volcano behind him. He shook his head helplessly. Bai Shui and Su Nu were recovering, so Lin Ling transmitted to Yu and the rest to let them know that they were fine. Yu and the rest transmitted to Lin Ling that treasure god Nan Wufenyu and the rest were preparing to break through the miasma again. They would meet up with them soon. Grandpa Treasure God and the rest reached the 5th level. They have some item fragments that can be exchanged for treasures to cultivate. After this cultivation, the chances of leaving the miasma are very high. Giant Ghost and the rest should be back soon. When the time comes, let them break through the miasma and enter the Dao realm together. Lin Ling thought to himself. Because the Dao realm was very dangerous, the 3 strongest people in Lei Gong's hall would be the first to explore. I wonder how Lord Ning and the rest of the Spirit Nation and the 10 Orthodoxies are doing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was not easy for them to walk out of the island from the Lei Gong Palace. He wondered if the Spirit Nation had also walked out of the fog barrier. However, the lower gods from before weren't strong. This means that there are strong and weak fogs as well. If Ling Nation is lucky and encountered a weaker fog, then they should be in the Dao realm now. However, the Dao realm is huge. It won't be easy to encounter one. Patriarch Lightning Tai said that the 5 emperors were the most ancient of the Yorwild's 5 emperors. Who would have thought that they would appear in the Dao realm? Hopefully, I'll be able to meet even more ancient gods in the future. Lin Ling smiled and began to cultivate as well. He had passed through the miasma and obtained 99 Dao realm fragments. Including the Dao realm fragments he had won from the calamity-traversing Star Sovereign, he now had more than 600 Dao realm fragments. However, Lin Ling didn't intend to exchange for any treasures, because he felt that the most important thing now was to step into the ranks of mid-gods. After all, no matter how strong he was as a lower god, he was still like an ant in front of a mid-god. Only by stepping into the ranks of mid-gods could he walk out of the Dao realm. I need to get more Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling continuously probed the Dao Returnance realm and began to prepare the treasures he needed to break through to become a mid-level deity. Lin Ling, I can give you my Dao realm fragments so that you can break through to the deity realm as soon as possible. My lord, mine too. At this time, Saint Guyi and the others who had recovered their strength looked at Lin Ling and said, "There's no need. There are many ways to get Dao realm fragments in the Dao realm. Just be patient." Lin Ling smiled and rejected them. He continued to search for the Dao realm fragments. However, there were many ways to get Dao realm fragments. Unfortunately, the rewards were too little and the process was too troublesome. While there were many rewards, but the difficulty was too high. Lin Ling had a headache. Alright, Hongyun ancestor said that third ghost master is very familiar with the Dao realm. Why don't I ask him for advice? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. He quickly used the square prison and entered it. My lord, have you seen my son, Ancestor Hongyun? As Lin Ling walked through the prison, he passed by Ancestor Hongyun's prison. The old man asked excitedly. Not yet. I just walked out of the fog and met a mid-god called Ancestor Lei Tai. He caused me a lot of trouble. Now, I want more Dao realm fragments so that I can break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. 3 lightning provinces, Ancestor Lei Tai? F***CK, is that kid rebelling? How dare he touch my lord? Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun was furious. If Lin Ling died, he would never be able to leave the prison and see Ancestor Hongyun again. You know them? Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Hongyun curiously. Of course I know them. Back then, he was just a small god in charge of thunder. Later on, he offended a great god and was no longer a god. I remember when he left the heavenly court, he was crying and begging me to show him the way. Ancestor Hongyun said disdainfully. This made Lin Ling laugh. It turned out that the so-called Ancestor Lei Tai was just a child in front of the true ancient gods. Alright, how is third ghost master? Is he easy to talk to? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked again. Third ghost master is not easy to talk to. He is very cold. Back in the ancient times, he was very powerful and was the most mysterious among the ancient gods. Not many people knew about his background and no one knew how powerful he was. Later on, I heard that he offended a great ancient god, the Nether River sect. Ancestor Hongyun was framed by the Nether River sect and was sent to this prison. The Nether River sect seems to be an ancient god. His strength is comparable to the Buddha god. That's right. But sir, why are you looking for third ghost master? Although I am not very familiar with the Tao state, I should be able to help. I am now near the island and I want to get more Tao state fragments. I am trying to see if there is a way to get more Tao state fragments. Island? Is there a river with an ancient giant beast in the foggy island? That's simple. The reward for killing an ancient giant beast with red hair is 3,000 Tao state fragments for the first time. The second time, it is 1,000. The third time, it is 500. The rewards are getting lesser and lesser. There are only ancient giant crocodiles in the river. Is that possible? Sir, if you look closely, you will notice that there are a few types of crocodiles with red hair. It is said that they are formed by a strand of divine origin energy of the ancient giant god. If you kill them, you will be rewarded. Not many people know about this secret. Lin Ling was overjoyed when he heard that. 3,000 Dao realm fragments was a pretty good harvest. Although the ancient giant crocodiles were powerful, anything was possible if they joined forces with Shengyi and the rest. Alright, I will try my best to help you find Ancestor Hong Yun. Lin Ling left after saying that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I kneel down in front of you. Ancestor Hong Yun kowtowed to Lin Ling in excitement. Although the secret he revealed would cause countless ancient gods in the Dao realm to go crazy, after all, 3,000 Dao realm fragments from killing an ancient giant beast was not a small amount. Chapter 4593. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling checked on Xianxia and Xianxia. Seeing that they had recovered their strength, he told them about his plan. Primordial alligator? Xianxia and White Maiden frowned. They knew how terrifying the primordial alligator was. It was as powerful as a mid-god, and even stronger than the average mid-god. Don't worry, I've thought about it. If we fight on the river, we'll definitely lose. However, if we can lure the primordial alligator up, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling said with a smile. If that's the case, we still have a chance. Shengyi and Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded. Let's see how Grandpa Treasure God and the others are doing. Lin Ling asked Yu and learned that Nanhua Fengyu and Qilin were already breaking through the miasma. Since that was the case, he would wait for them. After all, time was not a problem. The three of them sat down cross-legged and made use of the time to increase their strength. Lin Ling knew that it would be dangerous later, so he focused on increasing his speed. Of course, it would be difficult to increase his speed in a short period of time. Therefore, his eyes fell on the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Last time, under the Celestial Mountain, he had used the blood of the Quafu tribe to activate this divine artifact. Now, if he wanted to fully control this divine artifact, he needed to be sincere enough to move metal and stone. Ever since the Celestial Mountain, Lin Ling had been using his blood essence to nourish this divine artifact. Now, he wanted to try it out. As his divine energy quietly poured in, an ancient aura began to spread. Lin Ling saw a primitive world in his mind. There were no plants or living things in this world. There were only lonely mountains. In the sky, the scorching sun roasted the earth. The temperature was incomparably high. A huge giant was running on the ground, chasing the sun in the sky as if it wanted to destroy the sun. Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Success. Lin Ling sensed that he had finally communicated with the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. A weird feeling suddenly surged into Lin Ling's heart. He felt as if he had turned into Quafu and had the power to chase after the wind and the sun. And between Lin Ling's legs, a pair of ancient boots appeared, emitting a scorching light. Beside him, Shengyi and Whitewater Pure Maiden also sensed it. Their eyes were filled with shock because the aura emitted from Lin Ling's body was very ancient. It was not much weaker than the Eastern Emperor Bell. At this moment, Lin Ling was still comprehending the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. He realized that this chaos divine weapon was incredibly powerful. It could provide the most ancient and strongest speed of chasing the sun. And now, even though Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of comprehending the Quafu sun-chasing boots, Lin Ling's speed had already increased by 1.5 million worlds. In addition to Lin Ling's third-stage talent fusion speed, his speed could reach 3 million world speed. As expected of the most ancient divine weapon, it was comparable to Shengyi's Eastern Emperor Bell. It was just that it had no attack power. It could be said that Lin Ling's speed was unparalleled among lower gods. Even among mid-gods, there were very few who could catch up to him. Against a mid-god, even if he couldn't win, escaping would not be difficult. After who knew how long, Lin Ling's voice came. It was Nanhua Fengyu and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu who had walked out of the fog. Great! Lin Ling was overjoyed. It seemed that Nanhua Fengyu and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu had exchanged for the most suitable treasures. Of course, this still surprised Lin Ling a little. After all, so many ancient gods had been trapped on the island, and none of them had succeeded. But Nanhua Fengyu and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu had succeeded on their second try. This meant that there must have been some fortuitous encounter. Young Lin was also normal. His origin was not weak. As for treasure god Nan Wufengyu, he must have encountered some good fortune. Lin Ling. After a while, treasure god Nan Wufengyu and treasure god Nan Wufengyu came over. After seeing Lin Ling's group from afar, they all smiled excitedly. No matter what, the strongest people in Lei Gong's hall could gather. This was better than anything else. Treasure god Grandpa, you guys recover first. After the few of them gathered, Lin Ling told them his purpose. TSK, killing the ancient crocodile, that's too perverse. After knowing Lin Ling's thoughts, young Lin was a little tongue-tied. Because he also knew how terrifying those ancient crocodiles were. No matter, we still have a chance of winning. Most importantly, after killing the ancient crocodile, we'll get 3,000 Dao realm fragments. If we divide them equally, everyone will get quite a bit. Lin Ling comforted. 3,000. Young Lin and treasure god Nan Wufengyu's eyes turned red. They knew that in the Dao realm, they would get 1 Dao realm fragment every 100,000 years. 3,000, how many tens of thousands of years would that take? Is this news true? Treasure god Nan Wufengyu felt that if this news spread, the Dao realm experts would go crazy for a short while. Don't worry, it's definitely true. Lin Ling nodded. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu and treasure god Nan Wufengyu suppressed their excitement and quickly recovered. After a long time, the two stood up with faces full of anticipation. Everyone is ready, let's go capture the ancient crocodile. Lin Ling was also a little excited. A group of lower gods attacking an ancient crocodile, just thinking about it was exciting. They would probably be the first group of lower gods to go kill an ancient crocodile. Everyone came to the ancient riverside, not daring to get too close. Their eyes were fixed on the rolling yellow river water. From time to time, huge black backs floated out like ancient divine mountains. Lin Ling, have you found the ancient crocodile with red fur on its back? Saint Guy suddenly asked. Lin Ling shook his head. There are too many ancient crocodiles, it's hard to find them in a short time. Also, I don't think I've seen any ancient crocodile with red fur. He carefully searched for a long time but still found nothing. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these ancient crocodiles were very rare and were hiding at the bottom of the river. He needed more patience to search for them. Red fur. After a long time, Lin Ling finally found something. He found that one of the ancient crocodile's back did indeed have a strand of red fur the size of a hair. It was hard to see with the naked eye, and Lin Ling found it with his soul force. Of course, that strand of hair looked ordinary, but if one carefully sensed it, they could feel the mysteries within. It was as if the hair had endless vitality. This feeling was very similar to the light of life spat out by the Enlightenment seahorse. If I'm not wrong, it's that one. Lin Ling locked onto that ancient crocodile, but the headache was that this ancient crocodile was hiding in a group of crocodiles. It would be difficult to lure it out of the river. Chapter 45-94. All right. But Lin Ling, you're going to lure them? How are you going to do that? The river is very dangerous. Everyone agreed at first, but when they thought of Lin Ling being the bait, they started to worry again. Sir, I have the Donghuang bell to protect me. Let me go. Saint Guy volunteered. Do you know which one it is? Even if I tell you which one it is, there are so many crocodiles in the river. You'll lose it in the blink of an eye. All right, let's follow the plan. I'll lure them. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He unleashed his third stage talent fusion and shot towards the ancient river. Even Lin Ling had to be careful when facing the intermediate god primordial crocodile. He unleashed his full speed and dodged the primordial crocodile in the river. He quickly arrived on top of the crimson crocodile and used all his strength to slash at it. Rumble! The river exploded, and countless primordial crocodiles were alarmed. Lin Ling's attack caught them off guard, and they couldn't react in time. A terrifying sword slash, accompanied by a sea of blood, split the river and landed heavily on the crimson crocodile. It actually flipped it over with one slash. Of course, it was only flipped over. The primordial crocodile quickly flipped over and roared at Lin Ling in the sky as it charged towards him. A gust of wind shot out from the primordial crocodile's mouth. When it reached Lin Ling, He lost his balance and his expression changed drastically. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling unleashed his full speed and rushed towards the river bank. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the river water shot up into the sky like an apocalyptic explosion. Countless primordial crocodiles rushed out of the water and chased after Lin Ling. Among them, the crimson crocodile was the fastest. Clearly, it was completely enraged by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, hurry up! On the river bank, treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the rest shouted worriedly. Lin Ling's face was grim as he looked back. What he saw gave him a huge fright. Behind him were countless mouths that were madly trying to devour him. Lin Ling didn't have the slightest bit of doubt in his eyes. With just one bite, even someone as strong as Lin Ling would be bitten to pieces. That kind of power was definitely at the level of 3,000 or even 50 million worlds. As for Lin Ling's strongest physical strength, even Panga's attack was only 1,500. Bastard, come and kill me. However, Lin Ling was afraid that the red-haired giant crocodile would lose track of him, so he kept slashing out with his sword. Although he couldn't hurt the red-haired giant crocodile, he kept angering it. This ancient crocodile had long since gained sentience. Although it wasn't very smart, it had devoured the essence of the universe for many years and knew a lot of things. They had a feeling that the puny human was not strong and could be swallowed in one gulp. Sir, be careful! Suddenly, Xianxia shouted. In front of Lin Ling, a huge mouth suddenly appeared. It turned out that on Lin Ling's way back, those ancient crocodiles were also awakened. This made Xianxia want to rush out of the river bank to help. Don't go! But Pure White stopped him. If you go with your Donghuang bell, those bastards will retreat back into the river. Even if they don't retreat, they won't come ashore easily. These bastards are too cunning. But Xianxia was still worried. Believe in Lin Ling. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu also comforted, but his hands were clenched tightly into fists. Sir, do your best. Xianxia didn't dare to spoil the plan, so he held back. He knew that once the Donghuang bell appeared, the sky would change color, and those ancient crocodiles would become cautious. Step of wisdom. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed the danger in front of him. He quickly activated his soul power to seal those huge mouths. Although it couldn't stop the ancient crocodiles from devouring, it slowed them down, allowing Lin Ling to quickly dodge. Bang bang bang. Those huge mouths suddenly closed, but they didn't bite Lin Ling. Instead, they tore apart the void of the Dao realm. Although Lin Ling avoided the danger in front of him, because of the delay, the ancient crocodiles behind him were getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had no choice but to use the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Bang! In the sky, a gorgeous flaming footprint was left behind, rushing towards the river bank. From afar, it was beautiful. The sudden burst of speed of 3 million worlds stunned the army behind him. Then, the ancient crocodiles became even angrier. Of course, many ancient crocodiles began to retreat into the water, too lazy to care about Lin Ling. Only the red-furred crocodile was still chasing after Lin Ling, determined to kill him. Lin Ling's speed exploded, but he didn't rush to the river bank. Instead, he chose to use the bait tactic, flying towards the river bank. As a result, the red-furred crocodile took the bait. Every time it wanted to give up, Lin Ling would lure it closer and closer to the river bank. He's coming, young Lin, get ready. At the river bank, Nan Wufengyu and Treasure God had been preparing for a long time. When Lin Ling got closer, they attacked. Wind and rain gathered, forming a huge whirlpool that swept towards the red-furred crocodile. Of course, their combined attack couldn't hurt the crocodile at all. Instead, it angered the red-furred crocodile. Bang bang bang. Finally, the crocodile reached the river bank. Lin Ling and the rest gathered together, looking at the huge crocodile. It was fine if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. The giant crocodile was simply too huge. Its body was filled with sharp teeth like the toughest armor. The armor was filled with an ancient aura. It could be seen that this ancient giant crocodile was quite old. Retreat, attack and retreat at the same time. Lin Ling instructed, and slashed out with his sword at the same time. The red-furred crocodile roared, and chased after them, getting further and further away from the river bank. Saint Guy! At this moment, Lin Ling finally shouted. It was time for Saint Guy and the rest to attack. Everyone give it your all. Lin Ling then shouted to young Lin and the rest. The Donghuang bell came down, breaking through time, domineering and majestic. When it hit the crocodile couldn't move anymore, and Lin Ling and the rest's attacks arrived, wreaking havoc on the crocodile. Among them, pure Lady White controlled the billowing heavenly river to blind the crocodile's eyes, giving it a fatal blow. Of course, what really killed the crocodile was the Donghuang bell. On the ancient bell, the door to the heaven realm opened, and an ancient and domineering power came out, silencing the crocodile. My lord, it's true. 3,000 Dao state shards are in our hands. As soon as the red-furred crocodile died, Saint Guy shouted excitedly, because 3,000 Dao state shards had appeared in his celestial throne. Chapter 4595. 3,000. There are 6 of us and each of us can get 500 Tao state fragments. Lin Ling was also very excited. The reward from killing one primordial giant crocodile was comparable to all his rewards on the island. Lin Ling now had a total of 1,000 Tao state fragments. Let's do it again. The reward for killing the second red-haired giant crocodile is 1,000. The third one is 500. Alright, let's rest for a while and do it again. Everyone was very excited and quickly sat down to recover. The reward this time was enough to increase their strength greatly. It was even possible for them to step into the ranks of intermediate gods. As long as they became intermediate gods, they would be able to go further in the Tao realm. After a long while, everyone recovered and continued to lure the red-haired giant crocodile onto the shore. After some effort, another 1,000 Tao state fragments were obtained. Next was the third time. Every ancient great god had a total of 3 chances to kill the primordial giant crocodile. If one exceeded 3 chances, there would be no reward. However, when Emperor God Zhang Gang and the rest walked out of the island, even Yu and the rest, Lin Ling could help them kill the giant crocodile. Although Lin Ling wouldn't receive any reward, at least it would increase the strength of Yu and the rest greatly. The Tao state fragments obtained from killing the giant crocodile could only be divided among the few who killed it. Those who killed it more than 3 times wouldn't receive any Tao state fragments. Someone is killing the cosmic crocodile? This is crazy. When Lin Ling and the rest killed the third primordial giant crocodile, more than 10 figures walked over from afar. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. What does this mean? Killing the primordial giant crocodile? Could there be some treasure? Impossible. In the Tao realm, many ancient great gods have tried to kill the primordial giant crocodile. However, other than the armor on their bodies, these primordial giant crocodiles are useless. Of course, compared to killing the primordial giant crocodile, I'm more curious about how 4 lower gods and 1 intermediate god are going to kill the primordial giant crocodile. These people were chatting in a carefree manner. Looking at the divine robes they were wearing, they were extremely brilliant. However, they weren't weak. They were all intermediate gods. Hence, when they looked at Lin Ling and the rest, they were looking at their juniors. Rumble. However, when the primordial giant alligators smashed into the ground, the primordial gods were shocked. 12 chaos divine artifacts, the Eastern Emperor Bell. Heavens, that's someone from the Eastern Emperor clan. Moreover, the young man with the sunflame boots is wearing the Quafu Sunchaser boots, one of the 12 chaos divine weapons. How did he get his hands on such a precious treasure? Most importantly, they have all refined it and made the chaos divine artifact recognize them as its master. These little fellows are really not simple. How could the few of them be as carefree as before? Their horizons had all been broadened. That was because a mere lesser deity was actually this strong. Then they all walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were extremely excited. They had obtained the last 500 Dao realm shards, and each of them could obtain 100 shards. This time, it was a great harvest. Even the treasures that Lin Ling needed to step into the mid-level deity stage would be 80% sufficient. As for treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others, They'd gathered all the treasures they needed a long time ago. It was even to the extent that for the sake of being absolutely safe, they'd bought quite a few treasures that could assist in their breakthroughs. They're so happy after killing the primordial giant crocodile. Are they crazy? What treasures could those primordial giant crocodile have that would make them so happy? If they were ordinary people, I'd think they're crazy too. But don't forget, among the 5 of them, 2 of them have the 12 Chaos Divine weapons. They're definitely not crazy. The reason they're happy is because they've obtained something else. An elderly man said with a faint smile. Fellow cultivators, may I know what the reward for killing the primordial giant crocodile is? Can you tell me? The elder stopped in his tracks and asked politely. His voice also interrupted Lin Ling and the others' excitement. They glanced around and saw that a large number of mid-level deities had appeared behind them. Their strength was incomparably strong. Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions. I'm one of the 20 Celestials, Polywan Celestial. The elder explained with a smile. This is also one of the 20 Celestials, called Brahma Celestial. We're all deities conferred by one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Yao. 5 emperors again? Lin Ling and the others' eyes flickered. Not long ago, Patriarch Lei Tai was a deity conferred by Emperor Jun. This group of people was Emperor Yao. To be honest, because this is our secret, it's inconvenient to tell you. Lin Ling said with a smile and cupped his fists in salute. Although these people had the strength of a mid-level deity, Lin Ling felt that they had no ill intentions, so he replied politely. Polywan Celestial's expression changed slightly. He smiled again and said, Fellow cultivator, if you really have a secret, there's no harm in telling us. We'll reward you accordingly. All right, 3,000 Dao state fragments and I'll tell you the secret. Lin Ling pondered. He did not intend to hide any secrets. Firstly, even if they killed the red-haired giant crocodile, they would not obtain any Dao state fragments. Secondly, the other party was very polite. At some point in time, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. 3,000? Even so, the mid-level deities were shocked. What an exorbitant price! Did this kid know what 3,000 Dao state fragments represented? Fellow Daoist, isn't 3,000 Dao realm fragments too much? Brahma Celestial said with a smile. He did not blame Lin Ling for his rudeness. If you're Emperor Yao's people, then the information I give you will definitely be beneficial to you. 3,000 Dao state fragments is definitely not a loss for you. Lin Ling also smiled. So sorry, if you want to make a deal, then do it. Otherwise, we won't casually tell this secret to others. Alright, we agree. Polywan Celestial pondered for a moment and agreed readily. The mid-level deities around them were secretly shocked. Polywan Celestial actually believed him so quickly? How could they know what Duo Wenyan was thinking? Since Duo Wenyan saw that Lin Ling and the others had Chaos Divine artifacts, their backgrounds were definitely not simple. Moreover, even if their backgrounds were ordinary with the Chaos Divine artifacts, they would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Therefore, Duo Wenyan wanted to make another friend. Afterwards, Polywan Celestial took out his Dao regression tablet and passed the 3,000 Dao state fragments to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling found out that the Dao regression tablet had gained yet another Dao state fragment, he immediately nodded inwardly. This Polywan Celestial was quite straightforward. Because among the primordial giant crocodiles, one of them has red fur. If you can kill it, the Dao state fragment will reward you with 3,000 Dao state fragments. The second kill will reward you with 1,000 Dao state fragments. The third kill will reward you with 500 Dao state fragments, and that's it. Lin Ling said directly. What? How do you know such a secret? Chapter 4596. They even thought that Lin Ling was lying to them. After all, Lin Ling and the rest were just lesser gods. They had only been in the Dao realm for a few thousand years. They had been here for 1,000,000 years and had never heard of such a thing. You can try. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, so he smiled. Red fur crocodile? Duo Wenyan immediately came to the river and began to investigate. Soon, he frowned and said, This river is formed by the giant god's energy. I can only vaguely see the crocodile in the river, but it seems very difficult to find the red fur crocodile. I have a way to find it, but I can't tell anyone about it. So, I'm sorry, Lin Ling said apologetically. He had revealed the secret, but he could not possibly help them find the red fur crocodile. Duo Wenyan turned to Lin Ling and said politely, "Fellow cultivator, don't worry. It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't find the red fur crocodile. Why don't you come with me to Emperor Yao and give us some pointers?" Lin Ling could not help but look at Xianxia and the rest, asking for their opinion. However, Xianxia and the rest were led by Lin Ling, so they let Lin Ling make the decision. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally agreed. They had just left the island and were not familiar with the Dao realm. Moreover, they had offended the gods on Emperor Jun's side, so it was not a bad idea to lie low for a while. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt that Duo Wenyan was not bad. "Alright." Lin Ling nodded. "Straightforward. Don't worry, if you meet Emperor Yao, he will definitely appreciate you." Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Duo Wenyan was overjoyed. The other mid-gods also smiled politely at Lin Ling and the rest, then led the way. Although Lin Ling's group was just a low god, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's group because they possessed chaos divine artifacts. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling's group had a powerful background. Along the way, they flew across the boundless wilderness. Along the way, they encountered enormous demons, which were all dealt with by Duo Wenyan and the others. This made Lin Ling realize how powerful these common gods were. After one became a mid-level deity, one's power of divinity would be in the millions. A low-level deity would not be able to compare at all. Moreover, if one's talent was exceptional, after breaking through, the amount of divine force one could obtain wouldn't be just 1,000,000, it would be even greater. After a long time, a surging river appeared before his eyes. Beside the river, there was an endless stream of ancient gods cultivating. They had their own caverns and were either comprehending the Tao by the river or in their own caverns. Rays of treasure lights would occasionally soar into the sky. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place, and he quietly discovered that there were more mid-level deities here than lesser deities. On top of that, the lesser deities all looked relatively young. When Duo Wenyan arrived with Lin Ling's group, all the ancient gods were attracted to them. There were Buddhas, divine generals, emperors, and deity kings. They all looked curiously at Lin Ling's group. Moreover, they were powerful and had the means to investigate Lin Ling's past and present life. However, due to etiquette, they did not do so. They left a very good impression on Lin Ling's group. "This is Lei Gong Lin Ling. This is Xingyi of the East Royal Clan. This is White Water Pure Maiden. Back then, her father was the Sky River Water God. This is Nanwufengyu Treasure God from the Era of the Gods. This is Young Lin." Duo Wenyan smiled as he introduced Lin Ling's group to them. "Descendants of the East Royal Tai? How rare." The ancient gods were shocked, and they were even more polite to Lin Ling's group. "Sky River Water God, huh? Back then we were close friends. How is your father now? Back then he was incomparably powerful. If he hadn't fallen, his strength would definitely surpass all of us. Treasure God Nanwufengyu, do you still remember me?" Following that, many people walked out from the crowd and greeted him with smiles. They all recognized White Water Pure Maiden and the others. And some of the reincarnated gods from the Era of the Gods even recognized Treasure God Nanwufengyu. "It's you guys." After some conversation, Treasure God Nanwufengyu was very surprised. Although he wasn't very familiar with these gods who greeted him, they had met and chatted a little in the past. Never had they imagined that they would actually be able to meet again after 1,000,000 years. "Treasure God Nanwufengyu, you didn't reincarnate?" After some conversation, the mid-level deities looked at Treasure God Nanwufengyu in shock, shocked that he had come back to life in the Era of the Gods. Looking at all of you right now, I want to reincarnate even more now." Treasure God Nanwufengyu couldn't help but laugh after seeing these familiar faces. They were all reincarnated, but they were now intermediate gods while he was still a lesser god. "You are thinking too much. The reason why we can cultivate faster is because we have been in the Tao realm for a long time. Moreover, after reincarnating, we appeared in the primal chaos realm, so our conditions are much better than yours. Plus, after entering the Dao realm, we followed Emperor Yao, so our treatment was naturally not bad. These familiar faces didn't want to embarrass treasure god Nanwolf and you and immediately explained. It's fine, as long as we can enter the Dao realm. Treasure god Nanwolf and you waved his sleeve without a care. The smile on his face was still there. Clearly, today's unexpected event left him in a good mood. This is Lei Gong Linling? Lei Gong from the era of the gods? Someone looked at Linling and asked. This person came from the era of the gods, so he clearly knew Lei Gong. Sorry, I am not Lei Gong from the era of the gods. Lei Gong is my lord. Linling explained with a smile. Then how is Lei Gong now? Hearing this, that person frowned and asked. He is very good right now, but he is not with us right now. That's good, that's good. As long as he is not abandoned by the heavenly Dao reincarnation, we will meet again one day. A goddess said. Looking at her eyes, they were actually quietly becoming moist. Linling was secretly speechless. It seemed like Lei Gong was also a playboy back then. After so many years, this girl still remembered him. From now on, you can stay in Emperor Yao's territory. I will take care of you in Lei Gong's place. That goddess said again, looking at Linling as if she was looking at her own junior. This made Linling feel helpless. He came here with no intention of joining Emperor Yao. Everyone is thinking too much. Lei Gong Linling came here because he found a method to obtain more Dao realm fragments. Today, he is here to demonstrate it. At this time, Duo Wenin laughed and explained the method Linling knew to everyone. Without a doubt, all the intermediate gods were shocked. Killing a red-furred giant crocodile and obtaining 3,000 Dao realm fragments? If this was the truth, then they were really rich. At this moment, everyone looked at Linling. Chapter 4597. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Linling slowly walked to the riverbank. Rumble. A deafening rumble resounded as the river water surged like a dragon, overturning rivers and seas. The momentum was so terrifying that any lower god would be drowned in it. The water in this ancient yellow river was clearly stronger than the water around the island. The dense mist formed by the river water's impact allowed Yi Han to see the shape of a dragon and a qilin. Lei Gong Linling, be careful. This is one of the Dao River's tributaries, twice as sharp as the rivers in other places. In the distance, the goddess reminded in a low voice. Her words made treasure god Nanwufeng Yu and the others laugh secretly. From their previous conversation, they knew that this goddess was called the Yin God Jade Lady. Although she was not as beautiful as the white water goddess, she was still extremely beautiful. This was the first time she met Linling, but she actually took the initiative to show concern for Linling. Linling's luck with women was not bad. Of course, although they laughed, they also knew that the Yin God Jade Lady showed concern for Linling because she had a good relationship with Lei Gong in the past. What red-haired crocodile? 3,000 Dao realm fragments? What a joke! At this time, a colorful cloud floated over, and on the cloud stood a large group of gods. When they learned of Linling's thoughts, they immediately sneered in disdain. Utter nonsense! A young man in white armor reprimanded him directly. His strength was at the peak of lower god, clearly weaker than the intermediate gods, but he still dared to speak. This meant that his background was not small. White Tiger supervising divine monarch. Everyone looked at the young man, frowning slightly. This person had entered the Dao realm 300 years ago, and was the inheritor of the White Tiger supervising divine monarch from the Age of Gods. There was a difference between an inheritor and a reincarnated god. An inheritor could obtain the ancient god's inheritance, but not the memories, because the inheritor and the original owner were two different people. On the other hand, a reincarnated god only needed to recover a portion of his strength and memories, then he could return to his former glory. However, although the White Tiger supervising divine lord was an inheritor, his master was not simple. He was the White Tiger giant god, an ancient figure. In Emperor Yao's territory, his status was not low. It was precisely because of this that no one dared to underestimate the White Tiger's supervising soldier Divine Lord even though he wasn't strong. White Tiger's supervising Divine Monarch, they are all acquaintances. They shouldn't be lying to us. Duo Wendian frowned and explained. He was the one who had brought Lin Ling and the rest back. The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord mocked Lin Ling, which was equivalent to embarrassing him. So it's the 24 heavens. I was too reckless before. However, I still stand by my words. These guys are here to deceive us. The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord smiled. He didn't dare to be too rude to Duo Wendian, but he still stood firm on his position. The Dao realm has existed for so many years, and the ancient gods have already explored most of it. If there is such a secret, when will it be the turn of such a minor god to explore it? Therefore, I'm guessing that this junior is here because of the fame, wanting to become a god under Emperor Yao. He's just using deceit. The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "These words angered treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the rest. What deceit? This guy's words were too harsh. Lord Duo Wendian, I think such a liar should be thrown out." The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord said again, "Found it. Lure that red-furred giant turtle up. If you can kill it, there will be a reward." At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the riverbank. He had been searching with his soul force and finally found a red-furred giant beast. However, it wasn't an ancient giant crocodile, but a giant ancient divine turtle. Next, he used his divine essence to draw and pointed in the direction. At this time, all the gods looked at Duo Wendian. In truth, although they knew Lin Ling and the rest, they didn't quite believe Lin Ling's words. After all, if there really was such a secret, the ancient gods would have already investigated it. When would it be Lin Ling's turn? Hee, you really know how to act. A universe turtle has 3,000 Dao realm fragments? Please, at least find a better excuse to cheat. The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord was still in disbelief. He didn't have any enmity with Lin Ling, but he felt that a minor god like Lin Ling wasn't qualified to attract the god's attention. Therefore, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson and let Lin Ling know that Emperor Yao's territory wasn't all there was to it. They were all fools. Let's go and try. Duo Wendian pondered for a moment and made up his mind. This meant that he still believed in Lin Ling. After all, he was different from the others. He knew that Lin Ling and the rest had chaos divine artifacts, so they weren't simple people. Duo Wendian, are you kidding me? You really believe it? Sigh, I thought you were the reincarnation of a great god and had seen a lot, but your eyes aren't as clear as mine. The White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord obviously didn't expect Duo Wendian to make one mistake after another. Let's try it. Although the others didn't quite believe it, since Duo Wendian had spoken, there was no harm in giving it a try. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. The intermediate gods locked onto the red-furred giant ghost with their powerful divine essence and forcefully pulled it up to the riverbank. They were powerful and didn't have to go through as much trouble as Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble! The giant divine turtle was pulled up like a mountain. Its teeth gleamed as it stared at the gods with murderous intent. Kill it! Duo Wendian and Great Brahma took the lead and attacked the giant divine turtle. The others did the same. They were powerful, and every move they made was worth millions of divine essence. The divine turtle couldn't resist the bombardment at all. As for Lin Ling, as he watched their great battle, he was stunned. This was a true god. The White Tiger Overseer Divine Monarch was laughing and chatting with the person behind him. He said in a mocking tone, "Sigh, Lord Duo Wendian can be considered a reincarnated god. How could he believe the words of a junior? Not only that, he even personally took action. When he finds out that it's all a farce after this farce, he'll probably be so embarrassed that he won't have the face to see anyone." Duo Wendian was quite famous among the children of gods in Emperor Yao. If he was embarrassed, the news would spread among the gods, and Duo Wendian would inevitably become a laughingstock. There really is. However, just as the White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord finished speaking, Duo Wendian exclaimed. His words caused the side of the Dao River to fall silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. There really is? the white tiger's supervising divine lord's jaw dropped. You're kidding me. Lord Duo Wenin, is there really such a thing? An old man even rushed to Duo Wenin and asked excitedly. 3,000 Dao realm fragments was no small number. How could they not be excited? Yes. Previously, when the universe turtle died, I kept an eye on the heavenly realm and found that there really were 3,000 Dao realm fragments. I'm rich. Duo Wenin nodded heavily and almost danced with joy. Chapter 4598. An old man bowed slightly to Lin Ling and said, Lei Gong Lin Ling, can you help us find another one? We want to try. Alright. It was just a search. This wasn't difficult for Lin Ling. After all, he didn't have to do anything. He once again came to the riverbank and searched with his soul power. During this process, the White Tiger Divine Lord also used his divine ability to see what Lin Ling was up to. However, he didn't find anything. Because Lin Ling was using his soul power and not any divine ability or precious art, he could only see the soul power surge and couldn't find out what method Lin Ling was using. Damn it. In the end, the White Tiger Divine Lord could only curse inwardly. That one. At this time, Lin Ling also found the next red-furred beast. The mid-gods were eager to take action. They forcefully brought the red-furred beast to the riverbank and then killed it. Wow, it's true. There are 3,000 Dao realm fragments. Next, the mid-god who killed the red-furred beast roared loudly. If it was said that Duo Wenin had been secretly helping Lin Ling and making things up, now that this mid-god had spoken, everyone no longer doubted Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, amazing! What method did you use to cross the Dao River and find these red-furred beasts? All of the gods surrounded Lin Ling, asking excitedly. If at the beginning they had treated Lin Ling and the others as acquaintances, then now they had already treated Lin Ling as an honored guest. Little deity, I didn't expect you to know a secret that even Emperor Yao didn't know. I'm impressed. However, how did you find these red-furred beasts? Even the White Tiger Divine Sir Supervising Soldier came over and asked curiously. Naturally, he was also tempted by the 3,000 Dao realm fragments. Sorry, I'm a liar. However, Lin Ling also replied him with a smile and then ignored him. Having been given the cold shoulder, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he didn't dare to flare up. After all the gods were on Lin Ling's side. No one would allow him to touch Lin Ling. How about this? I'll tell Brother Duo Wenin the characteristics and aura of the red-furred beast. You can ask him afterwards. Lin Ling was grateful for Duo Wentian's trust in him, so he decided to give this favor to Duo Wenin. If others wanted to find the red-furred behemoth, they would have to ask Duo Wenin for help. This favor was naturally not small. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't plan to stay here for too long. He would leave once the wind blew over. After Duo Wenin was taught the characteristics of the red-furred beast by Lin Ling, he was secretly grateful. Although his soul force wasn't as strong as Lin Ling's, he had other abilities to find the red-furred beast. Therefore, he only needed to know the characteristics of the red-furred beast. Thank you, Brother Lin Ling. After understanding the characteristics of the red-furred beast, Duo Wenin bowed to Lin Ling, his face full of courtesy. Right, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't you stay here temporarily? You've reached the pinnacle of lower deity. As long as you have enough Dao realm fragments to exchange for treasures, you can break through at any time. The breakthrough of a lower deity is no small matter, so it'll be safer if you break through here. No one can disturb you. Subsequently, Duo Wentian added. That's a good suggestion. Lin Ling nodded. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for Saint Guyi and the others. After all, they had also reached the critical point of breaking through. Alright, sorry to trouble you, Brother Duo Wenin. After breaking through, we'll leave. We won't cause you any trouble. Lin Ling bowed. Look at you, what are you talking about? Duo Wentian couldn't help but shake his head. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too polite. One had to know that the secret Lin Ling had revealed was priceless. Even if Emperor Yao were here, he would probably have to be polite to Lin Ling. There are many caves here, all very suitable for breaking through. You can choose any one. Duo Wentian said. Come to my place. My cave has a returning array. It's the most suitable place for breaking through. Mine isn't bad either. The peach blossom divine cloudland will increase the chances of breaking through by 30%. Come to my place. The mid-gods scrambled to be the first to speak. They were all mid-gods, so breaking through to lower deity wasn't difficult for them. In fact, they could even give some guidance to Lin Ling and the others. Then thank you, everyone. Lin Ling was overjoyed and cupped his hands politely to everyone. Originally, it would be quite difficult for them to attain the strength of a mid-level god. Even if they possessed countless treasures, they could only guarantee a 30% success rate. However, with the help of these mid-level gods, this success rate had undoubtedly increased to over 60%. Next, each of them chose a suitable cave abode. For example, Yang Qilin chose a cave related to wind. Nan Wufenyu chose a cave related to water. Lin Ling had 7 dantians, so he chose the returning array. This array could block everything from the outside world and provide an endless supply of ancient spiritual energy. It was the most suitable for Lin Ling to break through. After all, breaking through to the 7 dantians was the most terrible thing about not having enough spiritual energy halfway. In the following days, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he went to visit the mid-gods and learned the secrets of breaking through from them. With 7 dantians, Lin Ling knew that it would be very difficult for him to break through, so being cautious was the right thing to do. And these mid-gods' insights, some were useful to Lin Ling, some were useless. After all, everyone had their own path of martial arts. Of course, this also broadened Lin Ling's knowledge. And he knew from Lord Brahma that it was very difficult to break through with 2 talents. It was easy to create a situation where yin and yang collided, causing the breakthrough to fail. As for the 7 dantians, Lin Ling didn't ask anything. Since ancient times, there had never been a god who could only have 7 dantians. And this made Lin Ling even more cautious. He thought that without 60% confidence, it was better not to break through easily. Because if the breakthrough failed, he would be reduced to ashes. The main thing was that the 7 dantians were too big, and it was easy to create a conflict. Go to the prison and ask. On this day, Lin Ling entered the prison and first found Hong Yun ancestor and told him that he was in Emperor Yao's territory. Emperor Yao, great, my child Hong Yun ancestor is here. My lord, please give this token to him. After knowing that Lin Ling was in Emperor Yao's territory, Hong Yun ancestor became excited. Lin Ling waited for Hong Yun ancestor to finish laughing, then suddenly asked, Hong Yun ancestor, do you think it's difficult for a god to break through to the mid-god realm with 7 dantians? 7 dantians, tsk, it's difficult. A god's dantian is like the void of the universe, forming its own world. And 2 dantians represent 2 voids of the universe. If one wants to break through, the voids of the universe will collide, so 7 dantians is even more difficult. Chapter 4599. Theoretically speaking, if you can split your mind and control 1 dantian with 1 mind, then borrow the power of the universe to split the 7 dantians and break through at the same time, it's still very safe. Of course, if your soul power and foundation are strong enough, you don't have to be afraid of this. If you want to have such a foundation, you have to have the strength of an ancient giant god. Hong Yun ancestor, it's not difficult to split your mind and control 1 dantian with 1 mind, but how can you split the 7 dantians and break through at the same time? Oh yes, my child Hong Yun ancestor has the exquisite 7 stars formation. With this formation, you can deify the 7 stars. Now, the success rate of breaking through will increase by 40%. Exquisite 7 stars formation? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Hong Yun ancestor is in Emperor Yao's territory. You can ask Duo Wenyin. Then, Lin Ling bid farewell to Hong Yun ancestor and left the square prison without further ado. After coming out of the cave residence, Lin Ling immediately went to look for Duo Wenyin. However, not long after he left, several figures stopped Lin Ling. It was the White Tiger Divine Emperor. Tell me the characteristics of the red-furred beast and I'll let you go. The White Tiger Divine Emperor said coldly and directly stated his purpose. Duo Wenyan knows. Ask him yourself. Seeing the Divine Emperor's aggressiveness, Lin Ling did not give him any face. I'll give you another chance. The White Tiger Divine Emperor did not talk nonsense. Apparently, he had already looked for Duo Wenin. Unfortunately, Duo Wenin did not tell him, so he came to look for Lin Ling. Are you going to use force? After being threatened, even as a guest, Lin Ling did not intend to give him any face. You can think of it that way. Although you have obtained the support of many mid-level gods, I believe that with my master's ability, once I make a move, these mid-level gods won't dare to speak up for you. The White Tiger Supervising Soldier Divine Emperor nodded. I'm sorry, but I hate being threatened the most. Besides, do you think you can touch me with your strength? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and shook his head in disdain. I'll give you a chance. Get lost now. Since I'm a guest, you don't have to suffer. Otherwise, I'll let you know. Tell me who I Lei Gong Lin Ling. How dare you? The White Tiger Divine Lord was enraged. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and not put him in his eyes at all. One must know that although he wasn't a mid-level deity, he was still one of the top low-level deities. Since when did it become Lin Ling's turn to look down on him? What an arrogant tone. Do you think the White Tiger Divine Emperor doesn't exist? The other gods were also furious. They were all lower gods, but the White Tiger Overseer God was the strongest among them. Therefore, they felt that this little god named Lei Gong Lin Ling was simply a frog in a well and overestimating his own strength. One move. However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and said indifferently, "You're saying that not only do you want to defeat me, but you also intend to use one move." Hearing this, the White Tiger Divine Lord was even more furious. It had been a long time since someone had looked down on him like this. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Lin Ling said again. Not only was he going to defeat the Divine Lord in one move, but he was also going to warn him in advance. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in one move. The White Tiger Divine Lord couldn't take it anymore. His surging divine essence erupted. His talent was actually a third-grade mid-level deity divine fetus. No wonder he had the right to be arrogant. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling only glanced at him briefly, then used his trump card. The reason why he used his trump card at the beginning was that Lin Ling didn't want to waste any time. With a light slash, it was as if the heavens and earth were split open. Time, vitality, the sun, and the moon all seemed to be cut in half. The White Tiger Divine Lord's face was full of disdain at first, but when Lin Ling attacked, he felt an ancient aura suppressing him. The slash seemed slow, but it carried the most domineering law of heaven and earth. He couldn't resist at all. Rumble. His divine essence couldn't block it, and his divine power instantly collapsed. His talent was even trembling at this moment. Plop. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground in fright. Traces of water even flowed out of his white divine armor. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's palm stopped in front of the White Tiger Divine Lord's forehead. Then all the aura disappeared. Trash. Lin Ling said, then walked past the White Tiger Divine Lord and toward Duo Wentian's cave abode. Good. Strong. All the gods were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They watched as Lin Ling left. One move, it was really just one move. Even someone as strong as the White Tiger Divine Lord was suppressed in one move. How could this Lei Gong Lin Ling be so strong? Looking at the White Tiger Divine Lord again, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as though he had just walked through the door of life and death. The feeling of death was so clear and so close to him. Damn it. However, after Lin Ling left, he cursed with a grimace. Today, he wanted to threaten Lin Ling to hand over the characteristics of the red-furred beast. However, he didn't achieve his goal. Instead, his life was threatened with a single move. He was utterly humiliated. This humiliation was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he became a god. No one is to speak of what happened before. I'll kill anyone who does. The White Tiger Divine Lord said through clenched teeth. Yes. The other gods didn't dare to disobey and nodded. Master, please step in on this matter. Then, the White Tiger Divine Lord said coldly. He had already thought of a crime for his master to kill Lei Gong Linling and steal the secret of the red-furred beast. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Linling had never taken him seriously. After all, Linling's goal here was to break through. Once he succeeded, he could leave at any time. Brother Duo Wenyan. Linling came to Duo Wentian's cave abode and explained his purpose of visit. What? Ancestor Red Cloud. However, when Duo Wenyan heard the name Ancestor Red Cloud, his face changed. Then he saw Linling's suspicion and immediately explained. It turned out that Ancestor Red Cloud was a giant god under Emperor Yao. He was very powerful and had a strange personality. Many people didn't dare to provoke him. After all, he was a god who had survived from the ancient times. He wasn't a reincarnated god, nor was he an inheritor. He was very senior. It was because he was so difficult to deal with that even Duo Wenyan didn't dare to provoke him. Do you still remember the white tiger divine lord you saw previously? Duo Wenyan asked. Chapter 4600. If you must go, you can look for Zhong Xiaoxian. I heard that she is going to visit Ancestor Hong Yun. Let her bring you there. Seeing that Linling insisted on looking for Ancestor Hong Yun, Duo Wenyan had no choice but to explain. He even told Linling the location of Zhong Xiaoxian's cave dwelling. Thank you, Duo Wenyan. Linling cupped his fists and thanked him. He then left Duo Wentian's cave dwelling. He did not look for Zhong Xiaoxian immediately. After all, Duo Wenyan had said that Ancestor Hong Yun was difficult to get along with. Although Linling was here on behalf of Ancestor Hong Yun, if he could not make Ancestor Hong Yun trust him, he might not lend him the formation. Therefore, Linling returned to his cave dwelling and entered the square prison. He also told Ancestor Hong Yun about his purpose for coming. What? That bastard doesn't trust you? After knowing Linling's thoughts, Ancestor Hong Yun was furious. That's normal. After all, Ancestor Hong Yun has been cultivating for so many years. He has a lot of knowledge and experience. How can he trust others so easily? Not to mention, I'm just a lower deity in the outside world. After Linling and Ancestor Hong Yun became familiar with each other, he got straight to the point. However, even if Ancestor Hong Yun knew that Linling was a lower deity, he did not dare to offend Linling because of Lord Prison's status. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you what that brat knows. Oh right, that brat likes painting very much and has entered the Dao through painting. He learned this from me. When the time comes, you only need to use the Dao of painting to convince him wholeheartedly and he will believe you. Ancestor Hong Yun pondered for a while and suddenly laughed. All right, I'll open a door in the prison and let you see everything I see. When the time comes, you can help me. Linling nodded. Actually, as the Lord Prison, he could release Ancestor Hong Yun for a short period of time. However, for safety's sake, he didn't do so in the end. After all, Linling could control Ancestor Hong Yun, but he could not control Ancestor Hong Yun. If these two ancestors worked together and Ancestor Hong Yun attacked Linling, then Linling would not be able to stop them. The secret of the square prison must never be known by outsiders. This was Linling's plan from the very beginning. After bidding farewell, Linling immediately went to look for Zhong Xiaoxian. This Zhong Xiaoxian was a goddess who was in charge of the Jade Lake during the Age of Gods. She was very powerful and had reached the level of a mid-level deity. When Linling appeared in a cave with hundreds of blooming flowers, a clear voice rang out. Who are you? I am Lei Gong Linling, a friend of Duo Wenyan. I am here to pay you a visit. Linling didn't barge in recklessly and spoke politely outside the cave. Big brother Duo Wenyan? Come in. The voice came from the cave. Then hundreds of flowers swam and 7-colored rays of light spread out. Finally, they parted to form a path of flowers, which was very beautiful. What a refined mood. Linling smiled inwardly and strode in. He saw a dazzling cave appear among the flowers. Then, a woman in a white dress walked out with a smile. The woman looked young, like a pretty girl from a humble family. She didn't have the majestic aura of an ancient great deity at all. Lei Gong Linling? You must be the god who found the secret of the red-furred beast. The woman smiled at Linling. She was very friendly and didn't put on airs at all. I was just lucky. Lin Ling immediately cupped his fists. Hee, you're now a celebrity here. Many ancient great gods have obtained quite a number of Dao realm fragments thanks to you. Zhong Xiaoxian continued, by the way, why are you looking for me? Lin Ling looked around and found that the decorations were not only elegant, but also unique. It seemed to be some kind of formation. It seemed that Zhong Xiaoxian's knowledge of formations was not shallow. Lin Ling then said politely, Brother Duo Wenin said that you are going to see Ancestor Hong Yun, so I wanted to ask if you could bring me along. Since Brother Duo Wenin said so, there is no problem. I am also going to see Ancestor Hong Yun, so let's go together. All right, thank you very much. Lin Ling was delighted. Zhong Xiaoxian waved her right hand and a flower petal floated out from the cave. She called for Lin Ling, rode on the flower petal, and flew into the distance. Emperor Yao's territory is very big, and there are many deities. If no one leads the way, it will not be easy to find Ancestor Hong Yun. Zhong Xiaoxian stood on the huge flower petal and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and glanced at the flower petal. He was surprised to find that the flower petal, which looked like a boat, had the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. She was indeed a middle deity. The treasure she casually used had the speed of 1,000,000 worlds. It was almost comparable to Lin Ling's Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Of course, Lin Ling estimated that the maximum speed of the flower petal was 1,000,000 worlds. However, his Quafu's sun-chasing boots could increase the speed. That was the difference. As they flew, they passed through the endless desolation, ancient mountains, and even the misty sky. A paradise began to appear in front of them. It was like a fairyland. When they flew over countless mountains, Lin Ling sensed many powerful auras hidden in the ground. This made him curious. How many ancient great deities were hidden in this ancient Tao realm? Looking ahead, there were green mountains and clear waters. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a sparkling waterfall falling from the sky. The scenery was indeed beautiful. Oh yes, when you see Ancestor Hong Yun later, remember to be more refined. Don't be vulgar and don't fight. Ancestor Hong Yun was formed by the red clouds of the universe. He learned martial arts from a Tao ancestor. After many years of nurturing, he has already cultivated his character and focused only on the enlightenment of Tao. He hates arrogant people the most, the kind that wants to kill people the moment they open their mouths. If you make such a mistake, even I can't protect you. Of course, it's okay if you make a mistake. I'm afraid that you will drag me down. Zhong Xiaoxian reminded Lin Ling at this time. Don't worry, I won't drag you down. Moreover, I'm not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. Lin Ling replied with a smile. However, he muttered in his heart, you don't like to fight and kill? He had killed countless people in his life. Many of his enemies liked to call him Old Monster Lin Ling. That's good. Zhong Xiaoxian didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. When she saw that Lin Ling had agreed, she giggled. She looked even more like a pretty girl from a humble family. We're here. After a while, Zhong Xiaoxian led Lin Ling to a path of peach blossoms. The path was filled with peach blossoms. There were deer and cranes walking around. It was a thriving scene. Lin Ling looked around and was amazed. It seemed that Ancestor Hong Yun was indeed an otherworldly expert. He even thought of himself as an ancient great deity. Here, any deity would have to walk as a form of respect to Ancestor Hong Yun. Chapter 4601. When a warrior reaches a certain level, he will see through the world and focus on comprehending the great Tao of the universe. He will become a real ancient god as soon as possible. The path of comprehending the great Tao is actually a process of going from simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. There are 3 great realms. The first realm is to see a mountain as a mountain and water as water. The second realm is to see a mountain as not a mountain and water as water. The third realm is to see a mountain as a mountain and water as water. Of course, this is easy to explain, but the mysteries within are not clear and cannot be explained clearly. Zhong Xiaoxian explained as she walked. I've heard of this state of mind. Unfortunately, many people know about it, but very few can achieve it. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that Zhong Xiaoxian was pursuing this kind of great Tao realm. However, Lin Ling also knew that when one's strength reached a certain level, treasures and cultivation were no longer the most important thing. Instead, comprehension was the most important thing. If one could comprehend the great Tao, he would be able to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the universe and step into the most powerful realm of gods. However, comprehension was something that could only be found by chance. It depended on one's luck. Therefore, most gods still followed the prescribed order and used endless treasures to improve their strength. Very few of them put more effort into their state of mind. Xiaoxian. When the two of them had just arrived at the courtyard, a voice of pleasant surprise suddenly sounded out from afar. When they looked carefully, they saw that 3 figures were walking over slowly. The one in the lead was a woman in a red dress. Her aura was very strong, and she was a mid-level deity. Behind her were 2 old men. Although they were also mid-level deities, they seemed to follow the woman's lead. Yo, Granny Qianhua. Zhong Xiaoxian glanced at them and suddenly smiled. Granny? I'm very young. Also, I've reincarnated. I'm now called Goddess Qianhua, not Granny Qianhua. Hearing that, the woman in the red dress seemed to be a little angry. Hee, didn't everyone call you Granny Qianhua back then? Goddess Qianhua? That's a name you gave yourself. Apparently, Zhong Xiaoxian knew the woman in the red dress. She even knew her in her previous life. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them didn't get along well in her previous life. She stared at Lin Ling and laughed coldly. Hee, you are really bold. You dare to bring an outsider to meet Ancestor Hong Yun? Is this your lover? He looks quite handsome, but this is the truth. You're so weak. Since when did you, old mother of 100 flowers, like an old cow eating young grass? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhong Xiaoxian was infuriated. Apparently, she hated it when people called her by her old title, Mother of 100 Flowers. Lin Ling looked at the 2 young women, but in fact, they were old monsters fighting. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. The most important thing was that this kind of battle had dragged him into it. In the words of his previous life, it was really F***ket up. Brat, Matriarch Centuria's needs are very strong. Be careful, you won't be able to satisfy her. Goddess Qianhua covered her mouth and mocked. He was shot even though he was lying down. Lin Ling felt even more helpless. However, he still said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder. However, let's not talk about the fact that I don't have that kind of relationship with Senior Xiaoxian. Even if I did, it's none of your business. At the very least, Zhong Xiaoxian can attract me. This shows her charm. But you?" Lin Ling looked at the 2 old men behind Goddess Qianhua and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. You can only attract this kind of trash? Sigh, Granny Qianhua, I feel sorry for you. You're courting death. Goddess Qianhua didn't expect Lin Ling to mock her. Lin Ling shrugged. He didn't care about Goddess Qianhua's anger at all. Although he didn't have time to deal with Goddess Qianhua, Zhong Xiaoxian was the one who brought him here. He didn't want to see Zhong Xiaoxian being bullied. How can you be so reckless? Zhong Xiaoxian was overjoyed. However, she immediately blamed Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be targeted by Goddess Qianhua and bring trouble to himself. After all, this was a grudge between her and Goddess Qianhua. It wouldn't be good to drag Lin Ling into it for no reason. Moreover, Lin Ling was only a lesser god. However, no one knew Goddess Qianhua's background better than Zhong Xiaoxian. In the past, even she had to be wary of Goddess Qianhua. Do you know who I am? At this moment, Goddess Qianhua's voice turned cold. She looked like a woman, but she was actually a reincarnated god. In other words, she might be beautiful, but she had killed hundreds of times more people in her previous life than Lin Ling had. Lin Ling blinked at Goddess Qianhua and shook his head blankly. To be honest, I really don't know. How dare you? Goddess Qianhua was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Although she wasn't a top-tier god in Emperor Yao's territory, there weren't many people who didn't know her. This little god actually pretended not to know just to spite her. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling really didn't know. The only god he knew about Emperor Yao's side was Duo Wenin. Zhong Xiaoxian was also dumbfounded. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was an honest little god, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would make goddess Xianxia so angry that she almost vomited blood? His mouth was really something. Of course, Zhong Xiaoxian was also very happy to see goddess Xianxia angry. However, she was also worried about Lin Ling's safety. After all, she couldn't always protect Lin Ling. Moreover, she and Lin Ling were just strangers who met by chance. She was only entrusted by Duo Wenin. Goddess Xianxia wanted to tell Lin Ling how strong she was, but at this time, the door in front of her opened and an old woman in luxurious clothes walked out slowly. "Greetings, Mother Lin." Seeing the old woman, the arrogant goddess Xianxia immediately bowed. Although she was very strong in the era of the gods, she was still far from Ancestor Red Cloud. Ancestor Red Cloud had been enlightened by the ancient gods, and his understanding of the Tao was much deeper than many ancient gods. "You're all here." The old woman smiled at the two goddesses. Of course, she also glanced at Lin Ling and the others. However, she didn't pay them much attention, thinking that they were just the followers of the two goddesses. "Come in. Coincidentally, I'm free today. You can ask me a question. As long as it's about enlightenment, I'll definitely guide you." Then, the old woman walked into the courtyard. Zhong Xiaoxian and the others were overjoyed. They came at the right time. They quickly followed. Lin Ling, Mother Lin, is a drop of godly water in the primordial era. Later, she became Ancestor Red Cloud's disciple. She's very strong, so remember not to offend her. However, under normal circumstances, as long as you don't speak nonsense, Mother Lin won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 4602. What a great painting of the Great Way. Lin Ling smiled subconsciously as he was enjoying himself. "Oh." Suddenly, the old lady stopped in her tracks and looked at Lin Ling calmly. "Ah." Zhong Xiaoxian opened her mouth wide. She had just reminded Lin Ling not to spout nonsense. However, the moment they entered, Lin Ling started to blabber. Ancestor Hong Yun was a person who valued etiquette the most. If he spouted nonsense, Lin Ling might be chased away immediately. What's more, she was afraid of implicating herself. Zhong Xiaoxian was so speechless that she almost cried. "My young friend, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the Great Way." The decorations in this courtyard were set up by my master when she watched the sunrise and sunset in the void of the universe for 3,000 years. Anyone who has a good sense of the Great Way will be able to sense it when they enter the courtyard. The originally expressionless old woman suddenly smiled, as if her mood had improved. "You are also the first deity to notice the difference in the decorations here after so many years." After saying that, she led the group to the living room. Zhong Xiaoxian and goddess Qianhua were dumbfounded. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely be chased away. However, not only was he not, he was even praised? Oh my God, this deity must be lucky. Soon, the group arrived at the living room. The decorations here were also different. The old lady greeted everyone and went to invite Ancestor Hong Yun. Seeing that he was about to see Ancestor Hong Yun, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. He entered the prison with his soul power and communicated with Ancestor Hong Yun. "What a lucky deity. You are so pretentious and you are praised by Mother Lin. However, your pretentious act will soon be beaten back to its original state." Goddess Qianhua sat down and sipped her tea. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Ling and said with disdain. After all, Lin Ling was brought here by Zhong Xiaoxian. Now that Madame Lin praised him, she felt as if she had lost to Zhong Xiaoxian. At least, the two old men she brought here were not as powerful as Zhong Xiaoxian. "Goddess Qianhua, you're the one who's trying to be mysterious and pretentious." Hee, who knows, maybe his background and comprehension are even more impressive than yours. This time, Zhong Xiaoxian took the initiative to fight back. She did not want to drag Lin Ling into the mess. Something that didn't even count as a medium god? I reckon he won't be able to break through in this lifetime. Only you, the 100-flower matriarch, would be tricked by this pretty boy. Goddess Thousand Flower was unwilling to back down. Hearing that, Zhong Xiaoxian was completely infuriated. She sneered and said, "At least I'm better than you, Granny Qianhua." You can only attract the attention of those old women. Tell me, how much effort did you put into seducing the two old men behind you? Zhong Xiaoxian, don't be so mean with your words. Although my two followers are old, they are still better than your pretty boy who doesn't know anything. Goddess Thousandflower was also furious. Hearing the two goddesses quarrel, Lin Ling felt even more depressed. You can quarrel all you want, but can you not drag me into it? Qianhua and Hundredflower are both flowers. No wonder they are at each other's throats. Hee, I heard that a young friend has seen through my Great Way star formation. I didn't expect a rare guest to come today. At this moment, an old and majestic voice was heard in the hall. Then an old man walked out slowly. At this moment, everyone stopped talking and stared at the old man with respect on their faces. It was as if the old man represented time and the Great Way. Although he seemed to be walking unsteadily, his every move was natural, as if he himself was the Great Way. This aura was truly powerful, returning to one's natural state. Greetings, Ancestor Hongyun. Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Lin Ling also bowed and copied Ancestor Hongyun's appearance with his soul power and transmitted it to the prison. Child, my child, I finally see you again. It's been so many years. You've grown old. I miss you so much. Ancestor Hongyun's cries could be heard from the prison. It was filled with nostalgia, reluctance, and excitement. Lin Ling was speechless. It's been so many years and you've grown old? That Ancestor Hongyun was already very old, all right? He suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. The image of the two ancestors hugging each other after meeting each other appeared in his mind. Just thinking about it made him break down. Ancestor Hongyun, this kid is lying. He's just spouting nonsense. What does he know about the Great Way? Seeing Ancestor Hongyun praise Lin Ling in the first sentence, Goddess Thousandflower was displeased. She did not think that a lower deity would know anything about the Great Way. Did I say you could speak? Impudent. Granny Thousandflower, when you became famous in the age of the gods, I had already retired. Don't mistake our seniority. Ancestor Hongyun's face turned cold as he looked at Goddess Thousandflower calmly. The latter did not dare to speak anymore. Ancestor Hongyun valued etiquette and knew about the Great Way. He believed that everything in the Great Way was orderly. Those who came first would always be above those who came later. It was because of this inflexibility that others thought that he was eccentric and difficult to get along with. My young friend, you must have some understanding of the Great Way. If that's the case, I have a painting here. Why don't you take a look at it? Ancestor Hongyun looked at Lin Ling. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling as he smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Mother Lin took out a painting. When the painting was opened, it was a painting of a family in the mountains. There were mountains, rivers, people and flowers in the painting. It was as if it depicted a village that had returned to its natural state. Staring at the painting, everyone's heart would calm down. It was as if they were about to put down their martial way and return to the countryside. It's a good painting. The mountains are mountains. Goddess Thousandflower commented immediately as she shared her understanding of the Great Way. Zhong Xiaoxian opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, her state of mind was not there and she could not comprehend anything. She only felt that the painting was extraordinary. If she hung it in her cave abode, her state of mind would definitely improve over time. However, after hearing Goddess Thousandflower's words, Ancestor Hongyun only smiled and continued to look at Lin Ling. He wanted to hear Lin Ling's opinion. The state of mind was the Great Way. The martial way was also the Great Way. Sometimes, one sentence could let others know how the person's state of mind was, whether they were on the same path, and whether they could comprehend the Great Way together. Since the fall of his rainbow cloud ancestor, he had never seen a like-minded person in all these years. Lin Ling was also staring at the painting. To be honest, he felt that the painting was indeed extraordinary. However, he really could not tell what was different about it in such a short time. With his current state of mind and experience, if he wanted to appreciate this painting and comprehend the great Tao within it, it was obvious that he could only say a few words. Oh right, Ancestor Hongyun's ancestor is here. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then he copied the scene in front of him and placed it in the prison. Ah, little Hongyun, this child. Ancestor Hongyun's laughter could be heard in his heart. Ancestor Hongyun seemed to know why Ancestor Hongyun was able to comprehend the painting. However, Lin Ling felt goosebumps all over again. Little Hongyun. This name is too artistic. You can reply to him with 4 words. Ignorant and worthless. At this moment, Ancestor Hongyun's voice could be heard again. Chapter 4603. My lord, this painting is actually not Little Red Cloud's comprehension. Instead, it came from another great deity. This great deity had some background and yearned for the peak of the great Tao. However, because of this yearning, he was also at a loss. That's why he created this painting. What's laughable is that Little Red Cloud thought it was the great Tao. Little Red Cloud's comprehension painting is actually a treasure. At this moment, Ancestor Hongyun laughed again. All right, just remember to help me later. Seeing how confident Ancestor Hongyun was, Lin Ling withdrew his soul power from the prison. When he returned to the main hall, he lifted his head and looked at Ancestor Hongyun. Ancestor Hongyun was also looking at him with a smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to know Lin Ling's comprehension of the painting. When she looked at deity Qianhua, she was unhappy. However, there was nothing she could do. After all, Ancestor Hongyun trusted this kid so much. Lin Ling, this is your chance. When Zhong Xiaoxian saw Lin Ling looking at her, she immediately felt happy for Lin Ling. After all, not everyone had the chance to be valued by Ancestor Hongyun. Ancestor Hongyun, if you ask me. At this moment, Lin Ling opened his mouth. My young friend, just say it. Ancestor Hongyun laughed. Lin Ling nodded his head and said, Then I shall be frank. To me, the great way depicted in this painting is ridiculous. No, ridiculous? Mother Lin thought it was some comprehension of the great way. When she heard it, she almost fainted on the ground. She shouted anxiously, This is Emperor Yao's masterpiece. He gave it to my master. Emperor Yao? Zhong Xiaoxian, who was beside her, almost fainted on the ground. She had thought that the painting was left behind by Ancestor Hongyun. Who knew that it was Emperor Yao's masterpiece? Of all people, he chose to comment on Emperor Yao. Zhong Xiaoxian almost cried. Didn't he say that he was not allowed to speak nonsense? Didn't he tell Lin Ling that Ancestor Hongyun hated those arrogant people the most? He even dared to say that he didn't know anything about Emperor Yao's painting. He was so arrogant that he couldn't recognize himself. Zhong Xiaoxian had a feeling that Lin Ling was going to be kicked out. That was not all. Most importantly, she was going to be kicked out too. Her face was full of panic and regret. Compared to her gloominess, Goddess Qianhua almost threw her head back and roared with laughter. What a good evaluation. Zhong Xiaoxian must be crying now. She hadn't even made a move, and her opponent had already fallen. However, compared to the different emotions of the crowd, Ancestor Hongyun's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with even more curiosity. This was because this painting was indeed given to him by Emperor Yao. However, he couldn't see through it. This painting was ordinary, but it carried a mysterious aura. However, he couldn't figure out where the mysteries were with his level of comprehension. This question had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Today, when he saw Lin Ling, he brought it out to ask for advice. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more rebellious than him. He directly said that it didn't know anything. He was the only one among the deities who dared to evaluate Emperor Yao in such a way. Little friend, are you sure that it doesn't know anything? Ancestor Hongyun laughed. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoxian quickly blinked at Lin Ling. What she meant was that Lin Ling still had a chance to correct his mistake. Actually, it's not that it doesn't know anything. Lin Ling didn't seem to notice Zhong Xiaoxian's expression and laughed as he spoke. However, his words made Zhong Xiaoxian feel relieved. This guy finally knew how to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. Actually, it's not only that it doesn't know anything, it's even worse than a piece of sh*t. Lin Ling said again. This time, Zhong Xiaoxian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor Hongyun gave you another chance. In the end, not only did you not take back your words, You even said that it's even worse than a piece of sh*t. In fact, even ancestor Hong Yun's mouth was agape. He didn't expect the painting that Emperor Yao drew to be so worthless. This painting is indeed very ordinary. It only has a little bit of spiritual energy. To an ordinary martial artist, it's a rare treasure. However, to a deity, any scribbles are better than this painting. However, there's something special about this painting. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly, "I'd like to hear more." Hearing this, ancestor Hong Yun's eyes flashed. A white flame appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then he gently smeared it on the painting. Oh my God! Is he trying to defy the heavens? Seeing this, not only Zhong Xiaoxian, even goddess Qianhua was tongue-tied. Not only did you criticize the painting as worthless, you even burned it. How dare you burn Emperor Yao's painting? You're really bold. In fact, ancestor Hong Yun's eyes trembled. He almost wanted to slap Lin Ling to death. However, he held it in. However, his calmness was also effective. The first painting began to burn, revealing a map of the universe. What? There's a painting within a painting? Ancestor Hong Yun's expression changed. It wasn't that he didn't think of this problem. He had already investigated it, but he didn't find a painting within a painting. It seemed like this was Emperor Yao's doing. He had to completely destroy the painting in order to see what was inside. Crackle crackle, the map from before gradually disappeared. A desolate aura quietly spread out. Everyone present stopped breathing, suppressed by the aura. It was as if they had arrived at the most ancient desolation. Without a doubt, the aura of this painting was stronger than the previous one. The object in the painting was also majestic, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. There were a few ancient deities in the painting. They each used their own techniques and attacked the darkness of the universe. Some of them sat cross-legged, some pointed with their fingers, some activated their chaotic divine weapons, and one of them even used his martial arts to attack the void. However, if one looked closely, one could see that the martial arts of the ancient deity was constantly changing. Sometimes it was a fist, sometimes it was a palm, sometimes it was a sword, sometimes it was a saber. However, after rubbing one's eyes, one would realize that it was all an illusion. That ancient giant god was merely maintaining the posture of punching out with his fist. What a painting! At this moment, Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest seemed to have understood something. It was like the martial arts displayed by the person in the painting. This was the true great way, and it was the origin of the universe. A painting within a painting. So, this is the painting that Emperor Yao gave me. Ancestor Hong Yun was suddenly enlightened, and he was inexplicably excited. After Emperor Yao gave him the painting, he couldn't understand the mystery behind it. Now, he had finally figured it out. This painting was drawn by two paintings at the same time. It was drawn with divine origin. When the village was drawn, the map of the universe was drawn after the village. I guess this map of the universe is also a battle between the deities. At this moment, Lin Ling said again, "Swoosh swoosh swoosh." Everyone gasped. When the village was drawn, his divine origin was also drawing the map of the universe. He was multitasking, as expected of Emperor Yao. In fact, many deities could do this. However, it wasn't easy to draw out the charm of the painting. Chapter 4604. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. What a pity. Although this painting is good, it still lacks a sense of elegance and charm. What? This painting lacks a sense of elegance? Don't spout nonsense. Goddess Qianhua could not hold it in any longer. The previous village painting lacked a sense of elegance. However, the aura of this painting was obviously a few hundred times stronger than the previous one. How could it lack a sense of elegance? That's nonsense, isn't it? Sense of elegance? Before Ancestor Red Cloud could rejoice, he was immediately confused by Lin Ling's words. This was because he had the same opinion as Goddess Qianhua. He had already roughly comprehended the mysteries of the great Tao in the movements of the ancient gods that wandered the universe. Such a painting could be called flawless. Well, Ancestor Red Cloud doesn't believe it? Although Ancestor Red Cloud did not say anything, Lin Ling could guess what he was thinking. When you are comprehending the great Tao, you are still too one-sided. You only see the mountains and not the streams. Lin Ling spoke again. Although his words sounded calm, there was a tinge of reprimand. This caused Mother Lin to almost slap Lin Ling to death. You're just a low god. Who allowed you to speak in such a tone? Zhong Xiaoxian, on the other hand, felt like she was on a roller coaster ride. She almost knelt down and begged Lin Ling to stop spewing nonsense. She was a god, but she couldn't endure this kind of torture. My friend, your eyesight is extraordinary. Since you dare to speak in such a manner, you must have your own views. I would like to hear them. Compared to the mixed emotions of the crowd, Ancestor Red Cloud pondered for a moment and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. If Lin Ling had said this at the beginning, he would have slapped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's eyesight was sharp enough to discover the painting within the painting. Now that he said this, it meant that there was something else to the painting. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He looked at the cosmic star map and said calmly, "What do you think these ancient gods are doing?" "Nonsense, even a blind person knows that they are fighting," Goddess Thousand Flower said immediately, her voice full of disdain. "Since it's a great battle, may I ask, who are they fighting against?" Lin Ling asked again. Everyone's heart exploded as they stared at the cosmic star chart. Suddenly, they realized that the ancient giant gods were attacking the darkness in the starry sky. However, there was no one there. Other than darkness, there was only darkness. So this is what it means to see the green hills but not the brook. Ancestor Red Cloud's body trembled. That's right, he was only paying attention to the aura of the painting, but he had forgotten to see through the simplest thing. Since it was a battle of gods, how could there be no opponents? Little friend, please advise me. At the thought of this, Ancestor Hong Yun cupped his fists at Lin Ling once again. He had changed from "I'd like to hear more" to "I'd like to seek your guidance." If I'm not wrong, the owner of this painting wanted to draw a painting of the ancient giant gods fighting against the will of the world. However, it's a pity that Emperor Yao had never seen the strongest will of the world. Therefore, all of this is just his imagination. This painting also shows that Emperor Yao is still far away from becoming an ancient giant god. He's just a little bit away from being qualified to participate in the most ancient battle. However, he yearns for this battle. Lin Ling walked over slowly. The will of the world. Ancestor Hong Yun was enlightened and understood what the painting was trying to express. Lin Ling's comments hit the nail on the head. The will of the world. Zhong Xiaoxian, on the other hand, shuddered. She looked at the star map of the universe and then at Lin Ling. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. How did he know all of this? In reality, no one knew that all of this was not guessed by Lin Ling, but by Ancestor Hong Yun. My friend, I'm impressed. Ancestor Hong Yun bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Seeing this, Mother Lin hurriedly bowed as well. Zhong Xiaoxian did the same, leaving Goddess Qianhua alone in an awkward position. Previously, she had said that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying. However, the result in front of her was undoubtedly a slap to her face. I, Hong Yun, have been comprehending the Tao for 30 million years. It's hard for me to find someone who can comprehend the Tao with me. After Ancestor Red Cloud paid his respects, he laughed out loud. It was obvious that he was really happy about this. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaoxian and Goddess Qianhua's eyes trembled. The two of them came because of Ancestor Hong Yun's reputation and wanted to satisfy him. However, in the end, Ancestor Hong Yun was the one who made him happy. Such a dramatic change made them feel as if they could not see through Lin Ling. How could a junior of a lower deity have such power? Xiaoxian, why don't you introduce this friend to me? At this moment, Ancestor Hong Yun looked at Zhong Xiaoxian and said. He had quietly changed from a young friend to a friend of the same generation. His name is Lei Gong Linling. As for his previous life, I'm not too sure. Zhong Xiaoxian said hurriedly. My friend Lin, it's an honor to meet you at last. Hearing this, Ancestor Hong Yun greeted Lin Ling and said with a smile, It's my honor to have you here from afar. However, I don't think you're here just to admire the paintings. To be honest, Ancestor Hong Yun, I'm here for an important matter. I would like to borrow your 7 stars exquisite formation. Lin Ling said bluntly. 7 stars exquisite formation? No way. Mother Lin instinctively rejected him. The 7 stars exquisite formation was left behind by ancestor Hong Yun's teacher. It could form 7 stars and had the power to reverse the universe. Even ancestor Hong Yun did not have complete control over this spirit enchantment. How could he lend out such a precious treasure so easily? He was not even qualified to take a look at it. No problem. However, just as Mother Lin finished her sentence, ancestor Hong Yun agreed with a smile. His words caused Mother Lin's pupils to tremble. She remembered that ancestor Hong Yun had repeatedly rejected Emperor Yao's request to take a look at the spirit enchantment. After 100 years, ancestor Hong Yun finally allowed Emperor Yao to take a look at the spirit enchantment. But now ancestor Hong Yun had agreed to take a look at it. This was too unbelievable. My friend, please come with me. Then, ancestor Hong Yun brought Lin Ling out of the hall. In the hall, everyone was still looking at each other. Did I hear wrongly just now? Dao, my friend, ancestor Hong Yun called him my friend. You didn't hear wrongly, because I heard it too. Oh my God, isn't the difference between a lower deity and a middle deity? A mid-level god actually called a low-level god Dao friend, and this mid-level god is the eccentric ancestor Hong Yun. Both Zhong Shaoxian and Zhang Wuji were dumbfounded. You're the eccentric one. My teacher is not eccentric. He's just noble and doesn't like other deities. Chapter 4605. Ancestor Red Cloud appeared in the hall once again. It turned out that he had brought Lin Ling into the 7 stars exquisite formation and left after opening the 1-star gate. Fellow Daoist Lin was able to see through things that we couldn't, which means that he isn't simple at all. Although he didn't tell us where he came from, his familiarity with the will of the world and the primordial giant gods shows that his past life must not have been simple. Ancestor Red Cloud looked at the crowd and said, "Previously, when all of you were looking at the cosmic map of the universe and saw the ancient giant gods in the painting, all of your expressions were filled with respect and yearning. However, I saw that his reaction was calm, as if the ancient giant gods in the painting were not the ancient giant gods." Then what did he see? Zhong Shaoxian and the rest exclaimed. They didn't notice this. He saw them as paintings. Ancestor Red Cloud paused for a while and said seriously, "Paintings?" Zhong Shaoxian and the rest shuddered. They thought about it carefully and suddenly, they understood. They saw the ancient gods in the painting as ancient gods. This was putting the cart before the horse. They had completely forgotten that these were just paintings. No matter how powerful the ancient gods were, as long as they appeared in the painting, they were just paintings. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. After being pointed out by Ancestor Red Cloud, they finally understood the logic behind it. In fact, even I was almost lost in it. If I didn't look at Brother Lin unintentionally, I wouldn't have realized it. Ancestor Red Cloud suddenly sighed and said, "There are only 2 possibilities for this. Firstly, Brother Lin has already seen the ancient gods. Secondly, he has seen the most mysterious will of the world. That's why he didn't lose himself in it." Lei Gong Lin Ling, is his background that powerful? Zhong Shaoxian and the rest were shocked. It was as if there was another layer of fog around Lin Ling. Ancestor Red Cloud could only shake his head helplessly. This was because he couldn't see through Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the courtyard. He was in a vast white space. Above the sky, a star was twinkling slightly, and an endless amount of spirit chi rolled down and enveloped him. This was the center of the exquisite 7 stars formation. This formation could be used for both offense and defense. It was incomparably powerful. It was just that the formation hadn't been activated yet. What a dense spiritual chi, and the star in the sky gives me the feeling that it's like the void of the universe. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky, his heart trembling. Even though this array had not been activated to attack, he still had a strange feeling, as if he was facing some kind of powerful ancient taboo. And this taboo was the primordial chi. Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, I've already entered the exquisite 7 stars formation. How do I activate all 7 stars? Lin Ling quickly said to Ancestor Hong Yun. Sir, I'll teach you the method to open it. However, you must be careful. This formation is extremely profound and can provide feedback to its owner. If you don't have complete control over it, you must remember not to open too many starry doors. Old Ancestor Hong Yun's voice rang out. Then, in the prison, old Ancestor Hong Yun continuously drew out array formations. Lin Ling's soul power entered the prison and observed. Then he was shocked. This level of array formations was too terrifying. Lin Ling's great Tao of array formations was already powerful, but when compared to these ancient arrays, he still felt that it was very strenuous. Exchange for Tao Realm Fruit, Cosmic Torrent, Heavenly Breathing Technique, Divine Transformation Ancestral Grass. While Lin Ling was comprehending the array formations, he was also exchanging for the treasures he needed to break through to the next realm. These treasures had tens of millions of years of history. Some of them had even existed since the beginning of the world. If they were placed in the void of the 9 prefectures, even the appearance of any one of them would cause the world to collapse. Moreover, in the void of the 9 prefectures, such treasures would never appear. This was also the reason why the 4 great gods had been in the void of the 9 prefectures for so many years but still couldn't break through. Now, Lin Ling had a lot of Tao realm fragments. He immediately exchanged them for a large amount of ancient treasures to break through to the next realm. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, he was even more familiar with the exquisite 7 stars formation. 1 star transformation. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Therefore, he had to seal this formation and not allow anyone to disturb him, including Ancestor Hong Yun. The difference between a lower god and a middle god was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next realm. Any loophole would cause all the previous efforts to be wasted. Begin. Lin Ling adjusted himself to the best state and finally shouted. Behind him, a figure walked out silently. This person looked exactly like Lin Ling. However, his body was pitch black and he had a ferocious aura. This was the chaotic body. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling cupped his fists towards this person. Don't worry. That person suddenly raised his head and looked at the brightest star in the sky. Then he shot towards it. After this person disappeared, another figure walked out from behind Lin Ling. This person was covered in lightning and he had wings behind his back. There was a piece of cloth tied around his eyes. He was very mysterious. This was the real body of Luai's. My friend, I'm counting on you. Lin Ling said calmly to this person. I'll try my best. This person also nodded towards Lin Ling. 2-star gate open. Lin Ling formed a complicated seal with both his hands, causing the entire formation to operate rapidly. After a while, he pointed towards the sky. Rumble. In the sky, a second star appeared and shone down a ray of divine light. This caused the entire exquisite 7 stars formation to become violent. At this moment in the main hall, Ancestor Hong Yun was still talking to Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest. Suddenly, the main hall shook and an ancient and domineering aura filled the air. What? The formation has been activated. Ancestor Hong Yun was stunned and his expression changed drastically. Master, this is bad. I'm afraid that Brother Lin is in danger. Why did the exquisite 7 stars formation suddenly activate? Mother Lin pondered for a while and her expression changed drastically. Obviously, they thought that the formation had been activated to kill Lei Gong Lin Ling. Quick! They rushed out of the main hall. Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest knew that things were getting troublesome and immediately followed after them. After they rushed out of the main hall, they saw 2 rays of starlight lingering in the sky outside the courtyard. A mysterious ray of light shone on the ground. 2-star gate, the exquisite 7 stars formation has indeed been activated. Mother Lin, stop the formation immediately. Ancestor Hong Yun said anxiously as he scanned the area. However, before he could do anything, the 3rd star rose into the sky. A domineering and majestic aura spread out from the ground and stopped Ancestor Hong Yun and the rest from getting close to it. Soon after, the 4th, 5th, and 6 stars also rose into the sky. Chapter 4606. Boom. Looking at the ground in front of them, they could hear continuous rumbling sounds. It was as if an ancient giant beast was slowly crawling out from the depths of the ground. The courtyard was instantly flattened, and the endless green hills were shattered like fine powder. Even the strong Zhong Xiaoxian and the rest were intimidated by the domineering aura and were forced to retreat. The array was so strong that even Ancestor Red Cloud could not withstand it and was forced to retreat. Buzz. However, when he looked into the distance, he noticed that there were 7 stars shining in the sky, and they formed the shape of a spoon. Endless starlight poured down like snow, and the ground that was enveloped by starlight had become a forbidden area for the formation. 7 stars open, exquisite formation. Lin Yang's face was filled with wrinkles. She grabbed her master and shook him continuously. This was because even her master could not fully activate the exquisite 7 stars array. In this world, only Ancestor Red Cloud's master could. However, now that the array had been activated to its strongest state, any middle god who entered the array would not be able to control their own life and death. The scariest thing was that the reason for the activation of the array was a lower god. Oh my god! What kind of lower god could be so powerful? Lin Yang, stop shaking me. My beard is falling off because of you. I saw it. Ancestor Red Cloud could not help but scold. However, his eyes were still trembling as he looked into the distance. Opening of the 7 stars. How many years has it been since something like this happened? This reminded him of his master whom he had not seen for many years. His heart was filled with endless nostalgia. Master, the array you left behind has finally been activated. But where are you? Ancestor Red Cloud knelt down and shouted with tears in his eyes. It was as if he had resolved a burden in his heart. Ancestor Red Cloud, what happened? At this moment, the ancient great gods nearby had all arrived. Looking at the terrifying starlight array, their faces were all solemn. However, when they saw Ancestor Red Cloud's expression, they knew that they would not be able to get anything out of him. Amazing! Someone actually activated the exquisite 7 stars array. Back then, Ancestor Red Cloud relied on this array to avoid the twilight of the gods. This is the famous exquisite 7 stars array during the Age of the Gods? It is indeed extraordinary. The ancient great gods were all secretly shocked. At this moment, no one saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged beneath the 7 stars. His long hair danced incessantly under the starlight, and from his body, a terrifying strength surged into the sky, disappearing into the 7 stars. The 7 stars represented Lin Ling's 7 great talents. He had sealed all 7 of them in the 7 stars and had broken through them one by one. After he had broken through, he would return them all. Then, he would be able to step into the ranks of mid-gods. Of course, even so, the breakthrough this time was still very difficult. Even Lin Ling only had 60% confidence. Fortunately, he had done a lot of preparation for this breakthrough, so he could prevent any failures from happening again and again. Beside him, countless treasures seemed to have been eroded by the wind and disappeared quietly. Then, they merged into the starlight and floated towards the 7 stars in the sky. Fellow Daoists, is there anything wrong? After a long while, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Fellow Daoist, you're fine. Fellow Daoist, I've already begun to break through. Fellow Daoist, you can leave. Once you've broken through, we'll definitely return. The 7 stars in the sky also transmitted their majestic voices. These voices were the external bodies of Lin Ling. They carried each of Lin Ling's talents and entered the 7 stars to break through. I'll help you one more time. Lin Ling nodded his head. His enormous soul power spread out and shrouded the 7 stars, helping them break through. Rumble. After the soul power surged in, it enveloped the 7 stars, causing the originally turbulent 7 stars to gradually calm down. Regardless of whether it was from afar or close up, one could only see the 7 stars in the sky. Everything seemed real. How magical! Outside the huge array, the people also witnessed the changes in the array. Some ancient great gods were curious and quietly approached the array. However, Just as they entered the array, they were shrouded by the starlight and immediately turned into nothingness. Ancestor Hongyun, save me. He had just entered the boundary of the array, but he was already in a life-threatening situation. This showed how powerful the array was. Fusong Juanzi, who allowed you to enter the array? Even I don't dare to enter this array. Now, you should leave with the help of the Dao state. When Ancestor Hongyun saw this, he was angry at first, but then he shook his head helplessly. With that, the ancient great god was taken away by the light of the Dao state. One could imagine that without the help of the Dao state, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he died in the array. Therefore, when he returned, he would also die in the array. This would cause him to die continuously and disappear completely from the world. Of course, this ancient great god was not a fool. At least, before the array disappeared, he would not be able to return. What happened in the 7 stars exquisite array? Where's Daoist Lin? Ancestor Hongyun looked at the starlight world in front of him, and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. However, there was nothing he could do. Now, he could only wait. Master, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Lin came prepared. Regardless of whether he was the one who opened the 7-star exquisite formation or not, from the moment he started comprehending the painting, I think everything was a trap. Mother Lin suddenly said. Hearing this, Ancestor Hongyun could not help but laugh bitterly. Even if that's the case, so what? To be able to open the 7 stars door, Daoist Lin's background must not be simple. As they were talking, Lin Ling stood up under the endless starlight. His eyes were still looking at the sky as he sensed the changes in the 7 stars. This was the first time he experienced the process of breaking through. He broke through on his own, but he did not have to face any danger. Everything was handled by his avatar and the 7 stars. Although the 7 stars looked peaceful on the surface, he had a feeling that within the 7 stars, there must be an earth-shattering battle. If I wait here and let a more powerful god discover me, he will definitely be curious about me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, and since I can't help much now, I might as well leave this place first. After observing for a long time and seeing that nothing strange happened, Lin Ling decided to leave. This time, he could not leave the 7 stars exquisite array. Therefore, he thought of returning to the 9 continents void to take a look. Daoist Lin, if there are any changes, inform me immediately. After saying this to the sky, Lin Ling's heaven-returning Dao tablet appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. In fact, after he disappeared for an hour, a powerful divine power swept past the place where he was. However, it did not find anything strange and eventually went to other places to search. This powerful force obviously came from an elite ancient great god. He was also attracted by the 7 stars exquisite array and came to observe with curiosity. Chapter 4607. The power of the Tao realm is indeed powerful. It could even ignore the starlight of the exquisite 7 stars formation and bring me out of the Tao realm. On the other side, Lin Ling appeared in the void of the 9 states unscathed. This was still the sky of the spirit state, and it was also the place where Lin Ling entered the Tao realm. Looking at this ancient land, Lin Ling could not help but smile. Although he had not entered the Tao realm for long, because of his cultivation, he felt as if hundreds of years had passed. Master and the others should be fine, right? With a step, Lin Ling instantly appeared in a hall. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall discussing matters. Lin Ling's sudden appearance undoubtedly gave them a fright. Who are you? Then, someone shouted angrily. This was an important place of their sect. Someone had come uninvited. This was completely disregarding them. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was smiling and staring at an elder instead. He was ignoring them, which made them furious. Sush, sush. They all attacked Lin Ling. However, when their powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling did not move at all. Instead, a wave of aura was released, causing all of them to fall to the ground. What a powerful technique! What kind of power is this? Everyone was shocked. No one knew that Lin Ling's energy center had entered the 7 stars realm. He did not have divine origin, but his physical strength was very strong. He had 7 million points of strength and the power of 10,000 realms. However, how could they fight against such power? Don't be rash. He's Lin Ling. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. It was Xianxia. At this moment he finally recognized Lin Ling and was very shocked. He remembered that Lin Ling had entered the Tao realm a long time ago. How did he return so quickly? Lin Ling. In the hall, whether it was the sect leader or the elders, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They did not dare to say a word. The current 4 great gods, no, the number 1 god of the void in the 9 prefectures, was not someone they could afford to provoke. Back then, when Lin Ling entered the Tao realm, he led the 4 gods to fight against the other gods. This matter had already spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Master, it's good that you're all right. Lin Ling ignored everyone's shock. Instead, he walked towards the constellation cloud and bowed slightly. Last time, Xianxia was almost killed by the underworld's demon sealer, so Lin Ling wanted to see if his master was all right. What could possibly happen to me? Why would those gods care about a small fry like me? Seeing that Lin Ling had personally come to visit him, Xianxia was undoubtedly very touched. After all, with Lin Ling's current strength and status, for a mere cultivator like him to be acquainted with Lin Ling, he was definitely climbing up the social ladder. All those years ago, he'd acted recklessly and forcefully taken Lin Ling as his disciple, yet he'd never imagined that this disciple had already become the proudest existence in his entire life. Master, come. Lin Ling ignored the people around him and left with Xianxia. To him, apart from Xianxia, everyone else was like an ant, a floating cloud of bones. Of course, if it were other gods, they'd think the same. In the world of gods, all cultivators were ants. This was because as time passed, cultivators would die, but gods would not, and their lifespans would be longer. Lord Lin Ling is indeed Xianxia's disciple. I'm so envious of Xianxia. After so many years, Lin Ling still hasn't forgotten about him. Sigh, he's so lucky. After Lin Ling and the others left, envious voices could be heard from the main hall. Meanwhile, Lin Ling left with Xianxia, then took out a large number of treasures and designated Xianxia to cultivate. This made Xianxia feel both grateful and helpless. He was grateful that Lin Ling still cared about him, but helpless because wasn't he his master? Now, the disciple was teaching his master. How embarrassing! The two chatted for a long time. Finally, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Next, he went to Qing province to visit the 3rd princess and the others. At the same time, he took out treasures to help them improve their strength. After greeting many acquaintances, Lin Ling finally returned to Lei Gong's main hall. Father! Ling, When Lin Ling appeared, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were overjoyed and came to welcome him. They all knew that Lin Ling had gone to the Tao realm, and they also knew about the recent War of the Gods. At that time, Lin Ling was the leader of the 4 gods, and he led the 9 states to fight against the other gods. Whenever they thought of this, even though Lin Ling's achievements were already extraordinary, they still felt proud of Lin Ling. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't expect that the youth from the Fire Ancient clan would reach such heights. Is everyone all right? Lin Ling smiled and walked towards everyone. He bowed slightly to Ancestor Extreme Flame and his mother, Immortal. Then he looked at his son Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi's strength had increased by quite a lot, and he could be considered a big shot. After a short conversation, Lin Ling asked Emperor God Zhang Gang how they were doing. They came back to take a look. Later, they heard that something happened at the Path of Domination, so they immediately rushed over. Ancestor Extreme Flame said, Path of Domination? Lin Ling frowned. He had heard of this place before. It was one of the 9 states' 7 great forbidden grounds, but he had never been there. Yes, I heard that experts of the Tao realm came back and were chasing after a few people. Emperor God Zhang Gang and the others immediately went to help. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded. This made Lin Ling fall into deep thought. Experts of the Tao realm came back? Of course, it could be Chang Liang or the Ox Demon clan. But who could they be chasing? These gods had gone to the Tao realm, so why did they suddenly come back? Could it be? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Could it be that they were chasing after the host of the world will? For so many gods to come out and chase after the path of domination, the person being chased must have a big background. So, it was very likely that it was the host of the world will. And Lin Ling knew that the host of the world will, other than the one sealed in the Dragon Clan, the rest were the gods of the Spirit Nation, Daoist master of many treasures, and the others. They were too strong, so who would dare to chase after them? As for Lei Gong, it was unlikely. Not many people knew that he was still alive. Could it be Shaolun? Right and Longyang? It seems that these gods in the Dao realm were entrusted by someone. Since the ancient gods of the Dao realm couldn't enter the 9 states void, they relied on them. Emperor God Zhan Gang and the others received the news, so they immediately went to help. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He asked about the location of the Path of Domination and quickly left Lei Gong's hall. The Path of Domination was somewhere in the void. It was said that this path led to the ancient era. There were countless treasures inside. Although it was famous in the 9 states, not many people had been there. Only the Daoist master of many treasures knew about it, and the latter was searching for treasures in the Path of Domination. Then he came to auction it.